Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day, another season, another month, another year of the GSL, the Global StarCraft League, GSL Season 1 for 2025, the Qualifiers. I'm, of course, just VIP with you, and joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, and not by my plushies, by chains. I'm chained up, baby. Aye. Good to see you all. Good to see you all once again for the second time today. This is our second broadcast and our second GSL cast. If you weren't here for it, 6 hours ago we were live on this channel. We were covering the first half of the GSL qualifiers. I say first half, the first third of the qualifiers. We covered 6 best of threes, 6 qualifying matches, a lot of really fun series. We only had one series that actually had macro games. It was crazy. A lot of all-ins, a lot of intense matches. I do recommend the VODs. Do check it out over on our YouTube or here on Twitch temporarily, as Twitch, they don't actually hold or maintain VODs for an extended period of time, so YouTube is the place to be for VODs. And again, we were able to feature players like Maru, players like herO, Classic, Shin as well. Many Reynor also played in the qualifier. We also covered his matches, ByuN, Zound, and many others. So we did cover all those qualifying matches. Do check it out over on our YouTube. We are here with the second half. What's that? God, I keep saying that. The second third of the qualifiers. Now, the reason why I say second third is because there's a lot of matches. There are 16 best of threes. We just wrapped up with 6 of them this morning. Now we have another 6 this evening. Let's go. 6 best of threes back to back. Because of that, we are going to be wrapping up GSL qualifiers tomorrow. The plan here, actually, you know what, let's have a look together. But the current plan, the current schedule, I should say, initially the schedule was, as you can see here, Tuesday morning, we had our first GSL qualifier cast. Now Tuesday evening, we have our second cast, and we were going to be casting the third cast, the final stretch of GSL qualifiers on Thursday, as you can see on Thursday. And then I realized, hold on, GSL starts tomorrow. that empty spot after Pegasaur, after the Pegasaur Weekly, that is when GSL is starting. That is when GSL is beginning. So I feel like I gotta wrap up the qualifiers before GSL begins. So because of that, the plan currently, and we'll see if I can go through with the plan, is we're gonna wrap up, of course, today. Tomorrow, after the Pegasaur Weekly, after that weekly tournament, bam, GSL casts. We're going to go from Pegasaur Weekly, and we're going to extend the broadcast and go bam right into the GSL qualifiers, wrap up the GSL qualifiers, and then bam, GSL starts. and then the season of GSL, the main event, the group stage, does begin tomorrow evening, just after we wrap up the qualifiers. That's going to be the plan. So we will have to adjust the schedule a little bit. Again, the schedule's already jam-packed, so we're gonna have to squeeze in some more casting and probably put like another broadcast Thursday morning instead. As a lot of content, a lot of casting, a lot to come, as always on the CranKy Ducklings. Aye. So that is going to be the plan. Likewise, when it comes to our matches here today, we do have our current lineup. Bam, here we go. We have our lineup here. We have our matches. These are going to be our 6 best of threes of the broadcast. We have a Cure. We have Cure versus Solar up first in a TVZ. The loser of that series goes up against a Bunny, as that is going to be the next set of matches ahead of us. So do look forward to that. Just quickly updating, quickly setting up. But yes, so bearing in mind that the matches we're about to cover are Group D. So we already casted Group A, Group B, and Group C. Now we're jumping into Group D, where we're going to be featuring Cure, Solar, and Bunny fighting for 2 qualifying spots. And then the 4 matches after those, you might be recognizing some of these players. You're like, hold on, these players already qualified. ByuN, GuMiho, Maru, herO, Classic, Reynor, those players in the later portion of the broadcast, those players, they all qualified for GSL already. Apparently they had a new system in place. My apologies, I assumed 16 best of threes. Those are 16 qualifying matches. That is not true. Only 12 players make it into GSL. GSL has been slimmed down, only a 12-player event, which is crazy, by the way. And what we have after the first two best of threes, those are seeding matches. Those are matches to be seeded further into the tournament past the initial group stage. So yes, so players like, again, ByuN, GuMiho, Maru, herO, Classic, Reynor, they're all in GSL, but those are going to be seeding matches to determine who can skip the first round and who can be seeded directly into group stage 2 and avoid group stage 1. So that is what that is going to be, just as a heads up. And tomorrow, after the Pegasaur weekly tournament, we are going to be going over the last chance qualifiers. Players that didn't make it into GSL, players that barely didn't make the cut through these initial qualifying groups, they all get seeded together into like a last chance, like a wildcard qualifier sort of setup, to then have a final opportunity to make it into GSL. That'll be tomorrow. But for now, here are our 6 best of 3s. We will be getting into it. First things first, we have that TVZ between Cure and Solar. Let's go, baby. Let's go. As we are jumping in, game 1 is going to be on Amygdala. Likewise, for those that weren't here this morning, when it comes to these qualifiers that were played last week, there was no live coverage of the qualifiers themselves. All of the coverage has been via replays, and because these were played out last week, it was actually before the ladder map pool got updated and went live, so all the qualifying matches, all the maps are the previous map pool, including maps like Neo Violet Square, King's Cove, Abyssal Reef, and maps like this, Amygdala, and Leylines. And this morning, in the top right corner of Leylines, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. Here we go. Just catching with the chat. Share my papi, share my. Good to see you. Good to see you. See the Alpha guy. See Psycons as well. Seaberg, welcome. Bienvenidos. Good to see you all. As again, we are here with our second GSL qualifier broadcast of the day. And again, tomorrow we are going to be wrapping up the final qualifying matches. Oh boy. It's a lot of content, there's a lot of matches, a lot of StarCraft. Likewise, we will most likely be also casting GSL proper via replays as well. Not casting it live, of course, but we'll most likely, traditionally we often do cast the group stage at least. I think we usually leave the playoffs for, we just don't cover the playoffs, and we just leave that for, Tasteless and State and the other Korean casters to just, to have a monopoly on those casts. We might change that here. I say we might, like our schedule's already jam-packed. Like squeezing in some GSL casts, it's not easy. It's not easy finding the room to actually have time to cast it, so we'll see. We shall see, especially considering that GSL Season 2 is at the end of the month, so there's very little time to actually squeeze in those casts and wrap everything up and wrap up Season 1 before Season 2 begins. But now though, we are of course still in the qualifying stages, and we have our initial hatch gas pool, standard opener out of Solar. Likewise across the map we have a Cure going for his own ranks expand as well. Nothing crazy, nothing too wild so far. Standard openers, standard builds. We don't really expect too much deviation in the early game, but we have seen Cure be hyper aggressive and go for 8 racks and 3 base all-ins quite often, especially on some of these smaller maps. And I would say that Leylines does count as one of them, especially in this map pool, the previous one. As Reaper does poke in, dancing with the army, dancing with the Lings, and Queen will zone away. So far, nothing major here, just dancing with the army. We do see the third base being taken from Solar, taking his third on location, and Cure dips in, trying to make sure that everything's on the up and up. And again, there's very low chance that there would be like extra gases or a lair or a roach warren. Again, we see Solar does pull out of gas, so no early tech, no early shenanigans. We're settling in. Now the Reaper is going to be forced back. It's going to be forced back. Likewise, it's going to be saturating. Third CC is on the way, so it's going to be 3 CC before Starport, so later Starport, faster third command center, into add-on swap into Banshee. So again, this is kind of, oh, never mind, I was going to say into Banshee, but no, we have a Liberator on the way instead. So a bit of a cheeky setup here. It's not going to be as committed. Banshee play does keep you safe against Roach-based play, but Solar isn't really too much of a Roach player, not like Shin or Dark or Rogue, for example. Solar, out of all the Korean Zerg players, he's more so a Ling Bane kind of player here, so I do appreciate going into the Liberator instead, preserving that gas, and eventually switching and going into, oh, earlier stim as we do fake out Cloak. Let's go. Solar dips in with the Link Scout. Solar, he does see the Researching Tech Lab, so this will force Solar to set up early spores and also get them into mineral lines to prepare against Cloak Banshee. Banshees that are not coming. So nice fake out here from Cure. Meanwhile, it's going to be a lair first out of Solar. Does open lair first, very safe setup. Meanwhile, oh my god, we're going to early Marauder production. With this, we can go for an Armory and go for an early Hellbat push. Yep, there it is. Armory is on the way. Hellbats are upon us. Let's go. So it's going to be a Hellbat Concussive Marauder here out of Cure. As a reminder, this is not an all-in. This is a macro Hellbat push. It does mean that there are going to be less units to work with, less Hellbats, less Marauders, in favor of a faster third CC. And this is going to be designed to trade. Designed to trade against Lings, trade against Queens, to force out units to delay any kind of economy and delay worker production. Liberated into the main base. Does get one drone kill so far. Gets one, does pull away. Army is amassing, waiting for those reinforcements, waiting for the medevac. And we'll see if Solar will have enough to defend. He does have a decent chunk of Lings. Yes, 15 Lings here. That's going to be okay. The Queen is also somewhat in position. But here come the reinforcements. How many Hellions in total? We have, Jesus, 12 Hellions? Oh, he never went off. True, he never went for the add-on swap. Just mass Hellion here. That is insane. That's going to be 12 Hellbats. And here we go. He's moving in. Is committing. He wants those Queens. Does go for the morph. Yeah, Hellbats, they do transform. And we have 9 Banelings on the way. Now, these Banelings, they should shut this down, but actually he's getting himself the Banelings. Already 1, 2 Banelings going to be denied. Can he get the others? It's going to be close. Nah, he won't. Yeah, they will finish. Banelings, they smash on in. And Banelings, they do with a good half of those Hellbats, and the rest will be cleaned up. Yeah, the rest are cleaned up. Ambitious move there from Cure, but he could not deny the Banelings, and once they were done, Solar holds. Whew, Solar, he does hold on. Again, Cure, he took all the Banelings to the face. To the face, man. Likewise, Solar, he preserves all the Queens. He saves the 4th base. Solar in a very strong position here. This was so committed out of Cure, it was not worth it. Now, bear this in mind. Because of the reactor factory production, because of the continued Hellion production, that means less Buyer. That means less Marines to work with. Less Buyer, less of a follow-up as well. And Solar does catch the stragglers. Take down the Hellbats, the Marauders as well. Brutal losses here for Cure. With that Solar, he can drone. He can drone freely here, getting up to 4 base saturation. A 5th base is on the way. Extra gas is being taken as well. We're taking up into Ling Bang and a Hydra. And Solar, looking good. Looking perfectly fine. Looking comfortable. Alas, Cure, his initial opener here, does fall in its face. We still have more Hellions in production, by the way. I mean, this will keep Cure somewhat safe here, but again, Hellions and Hellbats don't really scale too amazingly into a longer game. They at least give Cure some map control there. They give him some map control. Does catch a couple of active tumors. Again, he's doing whatever he can to keep a Solar pinned back. But again, this also means that the main army is that much weaker. Not much smaller. The bio army, I mean. You see the follow-up Overseer Scout. Gets eyes on the production. Yo, the contaminate. Let's go. Does contaminate concussive shell. Something you don't see too often. I mean, I rarely see a contamination on the tech lab of all things, so really cool to see. Does delay. Here comes the second round. And remember, we have not been stopping reactor and Hellion production, going for another 9 Hellions. Another 9 Hellbats. Here comes the second wave, the second push with Hellbats. Hellbats are morphing in. Meanwhile, that was 8 SCVs going down. But this time there are more. This time there are more Banelings. This time there are Hydras to defend as well. Solar, he should have a much more secure defense. Does smash in, takes down the Hellbats. Hellbats go down, and remember, there's barely any Marines left. There's barely any ByuN. And he gets shut down. At the same time, Link Roll by GG gets called, and Solar will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Solar, he will take a lead in the series, and again, a very peculiar build out of secure. I say peculiar, a very odd build, not standard at all. I honestly haven't really seen this too often. I have seen 3cc Hellbat. That is, you know, I wouldn't say normal, but well, you see it every now and then, right? 3cc Hellbat, but this was, he kept making Hellions. Like, he just did not stop. He basically put himself all in, going up to 12 initially, and then an extra wave of Hellions behind that as well. Very committed play there by Cure, very desperate it felt like as well, and unfortunately at the same time he was losing SCVs back at home. He was losing workers at the third base, he had no economy, he couldn't maintain himself. GG. GG well played. With that, we're getting into game number 2. We're going to be loading into Amygdala. Let's go. We'll see if Solar can close this out, or if Cure can bounce back and force the ace match. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Team Liquid, down in the series with, again, a very committed Hellbat play and Hellbat build last game. It is Cure. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the Red Zerg player, the Red Zerg player himself, the South Korean Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. We go. Solar does open up hatch gas pool. Relatively standard opener, going for the initial extractor trick. Outside of that, we're settling in. With this, we might go for delayed gases here, so interesting setup. With this, I'm not too fond of going gasless on Amygdala, so we'll see when the gases are eventually taken. As he's going hatchery, or 15-15, 15 hatchery into a 15 spawning pool, into delayed gas. Interesting. Now, this kind of style and this kind of build that we're seeing from Solar is often seen on maps where you are more secure on 3 bases. I'm referring to Abyssal Reef. Now, what does Abyssal Reef have? Abyssal Reef has a ramp coming into the natural with a very narrow choke point, so you can wall off very easily and focus your defenses at your third base. Or Neon Violet Square, where you have a pocket base as well. Or even maps like King's Cove, which also have a ramp coming into the natural. Doing this kind of build here on Amygdala, it does feel quite greedy. I mean, we have seen players get away with it just because it can be awkward to rotate Hellions, but if Cure can recognize how greedy Solar's being, then we have seen Terran players punish this before. What I'm getting at when I'm referring to what we're punishing here, gasless. Gasless style here out of Solar, because that no link speed. There's going to be no link speed here this game. Solar, he's going to defend with purely queens and a handful of slowlings, which is possible on some of those more defensive maps. Here, on a map that's a little bit more open, it can be abused if Cure realizes what's going on. Specifically, what you can go for is you commit, kind of like last game, into additional Hellions, and if you realize there's no link speed, you can just rush past. You can rush past the queens, bust into a mineral line, roast up everything, and you can end the game. A good example of this is EWC last year. EWC Clem versus Serral. I want to say Serral went for this opener like 3 games in that series, and Clem killed Serral 3 games in that series with Hellion run-bys, with Hellion dives, I should specify. So there are ways to punish this. As Solar, he's going for the linear third base. Behind this 3cc setup here by Cure, so never mind, he's going for an economic start. Okay, so with this Solar, he should be getting away with this. There's still potential for Cure to maybe find some Hellion damage as we're about to go for the add-on swap, but for the most part, things are looking good here for Solar. If you're curious how would Clem punish this, he'd go for a 1-1-1. He would delay his third CC, he'd go for a faster starport and commit to hyper aggression. But that is not happening here for Cure. Reaper does dip in. Will threaten the main. Solar so far is keeping up. Reaper does confirm no link speed and the slowlings themselves, so he knows. So Cure, he's fully aware what's going on. He's fully aware that gas mining is still occurring. Now, because link speed is so late, typically the Zerg player in this position would skip link speed entirely and go straight into roaches. And speaking of, there it is, Roach Warren gets right now. So this is all just a roach build here by Solar. He should also be walling off with an Evo chamber, and that's a way to deter Hellion dives, is to wall off this ramp and wall off this natural, and to set up and to minimize kind of attack avenues from his opponent. The tumor is not helping, but we'll set it up. Yeah, I guess does have to kill his own tumor to properly wall off. Evo chamber's on the way. Reaver goes back in, confirming, and not just getting economic damage here, but also confirming still no link speed. As Hellions, they poke in towards the right hand side, drones are exposed, forcing out an Evo chamber. No drone kills though. So far, Solar, he defends well. So far, he's keeping up. Are poking in. Likewise, faster lair here. Oh, I say faster lair. It's going to be a lair opener or lair followed up by Solar to get into roach speed and get into +1 range. Hellions are denied, and this is the reason why you can get away with this on Amygdala. As you can see, this Hellion rotation, we go from the top side to the bottom side. To do so, you have to go all the way back home and go all the way down the south side to actually pull off this rotation. So that is the one upside of trying to get away with this on Amygdala, is rotations. You have to go all the way around the map to go from 1/4 to the other fourth, or 1/3 to the other third. So yeah, these rotations take so long. Banshee pokes in. Solar, he does secure himself here with his gases, with his spore, with his queens. Banshee so far 3 drone kills. Hellions poke forward. They're going for the mineral line. And drones getting roasted. That's 3 drones. Yeah, oh my god, 3 getting up to 5. Getting up to 6. Yeah, 6 extra workers going down. That's going to be 13 in total. Ay, ay, ay. And Hellions are pushing in towards the left-hand side as well. Can he wolf in time? Up! Oh, can he? No, he cannot! The wall is denied. Hellions, they dive in. This is what we spoke about. This is how you punish this build. Without link speed, the Hellions, they can just run rings around your army as more drones are getting roasted. And this is the risk you take with this build. As we add up to 13, how many? Up to 20! Oh god, 20 workers going down. Ay, ay, ay. 20 drone kills and still not done. Going for another volley here at the natural. Barely doesn't get an extra drone, but still 20 workers is worth it. 20 workers for 7 Hellions. Really, what this does is this puts to shame the Hellbats in game 1. Remember, that was 12 Hellbats. They killed 0 drones. Here, the 7 Chad Hellions killing 20 workers, baby. Ay, ay, ay. And again, part of it, or most of it, of course, is because of the build, right? Again, as you mentioned, this is where these Zerg players are at its most vulnerable, because there is no link speed, because they're trying to rush into roaches, and Solar, he gets punished for it. Now from here, Cure, he's in a solid position. He's following up. He's not stopping, not slowing down. We have a double drop towards the top side. We have our Banshee play towards the south side as well. Banshees are ideal against Roach play just because Roaches don't shoot up. And if Solar did attempt to punish or counterattack with Roaches, then the Banshees would completely shut them down. So we have Banshees towards the south side. We have double drop towards the top side. Cure looking to pull Solar apart. Dust him in. Stims in, takes down the tumors, takes down the spore, catches a queen as well, and an overseer, not bad. Yeah, nice pickups here, stimming in, while does not connect. Pick up there by Cure as he heads into the main. Getting a drone. Let's get one. 1, 2, 3 drones going down. Once again, not bad, it's all adding up. Likewise, active tumors also being focused as well. Taking out all 4 active tumors. And behind this, Cure has been building up. He's been banking up his army. We have Marines. We have 3 tanks. And we're pushing. We're making 2 tanks at a time. Double factory. Oh my god. Double factory behind this. Cure, he's pushing. And this is going to be a tough hold here for Solar. As Solar has been re-droning throughout the course of this game. Almost 30 drone kills. He's trying to build up. There's no active tumors here, no creep. He has no forewarning of what's coming his way. Until now. Okay, the army is revealed. Curie stems in. Does catch the roaches. Oh, files things. Oh, the 3 Medivacs. Oh my god. Does catch 3 Medivacs. Not bad, but GG gets called. The army still overwhelms regardless. And Cure, he will tie up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. Again, a bold build there out of Solar, opening up gasless. As we mentioned, as we emphasized, there are ways to punish, and I was a little bit concerned that Cure wouldn't be able to punish. Remember, I mentioned how typically a secure way to shut that down is to go for a 1-1-1. Cure, he went 3 CC instead, but despite that, he still popped over those Hellions. He still made his way into the main base. Solar, he was 1 second too late to fully wall off, and with that failed wall, GG. That was GG then and there. That was crippling damage. That was over 20 workers going down. And with that, Cure snowballed out of control. And now we're jumping into game number 3, jumping into Ultra Love. Let's go. Let us go. Again, when it comes to players that can punish gasless openers quite well, at the top you have Clem, but right under him you have Cure, his teammates. You know, they are teammates. They do practice. They do discuss the game amongst themselves. And again, he was able to likewise shut that down as well. And here we go. We're getting into the ace match. We're getting into game 3, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. He is the Cure. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. Here we go. As, oh, Cure, he's the one to mix it up this time. We got some builds. We are opening up 2-Rax Reaper. Let's go. Now, I'm assuming 2-Rax Reaper, technically, we could see a 3rd Rax in the main, so we'll keep an eye on Cure. He might choose to delay his CC and get a faster or get another Rax and commit even harder to Mass Reaper. That is a viable build that is available. Otherwise, 2-Rax Reaper is, again, solid enough. You know, a Hatch Gas Pool, standard open out of Solar. This time, doesn't play gases. I'm speaking of 3-Rax Reaper, good thing we brought it up. There it is. 3rd Rax is on the way. So 3-Rax Reaper here out of Cure. This is a very aggressive. This is not an all-in. Don't get this twisted. This is not an all-in, but this is committed. This is aggressive, and this does have to get damage done. As behind this, Cure will expand. Now, the purpose of this build, typically 2-Rax Reaper, the purpose is to delay the 3rd. Delay the 3rd base and contain the Zerg player on 2 bases for as long as possible. Now they're going up to 3 Raxes. Delaying the 3rd is not good enough. Now we do need more damage, some drone damage, Ling pickoffs, Queen pickoffs as well. Now Cure is how much more dedicated to this. We'll see what he can get done. We shall see. As Cure does move out. Behind this, he should be soon expanding. Again, the expansion is delayed in favor of that 3rd Rax. And Solar with the Overlord will soon confirm. He knows. There we go. He sees the depot, so he knows the low ground setup. He is aware. First drone barely doesn't go down. Secure pulls away. Does pull away, dancing with the Lings. Picks off one already. So it takes down 1 Ling. And again, these are all good things for Cure. Takes down a 2nd Ling, takes down a 3rd Ling as well. Yeah, 3 Lings go down. A drone does fall. Massive pickoff. But this is merely the beginning. As Reapers, they pick off another Zergling. Nice control, does pull away. Behind this, massing up more Reapers. You can see the SCV's in position to expand. There it is. A natural is on the way. And so far, 4 Lings and 1 drone, and of course Solar's contained, right? Again, this is the bare minimum, is to contain the Zerg player, but because of the commitment into Mass Reaper, we need to trade well against Lings and even pick off some drones. And a lot of Lings are going down. Most Lings even. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, that is brutal. 10 Lings so far. 1 Reaper finally goes down. Cure does overextend. Cure going further in. Deeper into the bases. Oh, doesn't get a drone. Has to pull out. And link speed is done. Now that link speed is complete, Solar, he can punish this, and Cure has to be that much more careful. Now, the link count is not high enough to really threaten this army. Not yet. Takes down a tumor. Takes down both tumors. And that delays the creep. Meanwhile, Solar, he expands. Cure, he may be able to force a cancel. Speaking of may, he will. Yeah, he will force a cancel. Not enough lings. Lings are trying to come in for a surround or even counterattack. A drone goes down. And now Cure, he has to get out of here. Now he has to race back home. We have more lings on the way. No gas income, so no Baneliness. There's no Bane Bust follow-up. But you can see that Solar, he is looking for those Reapers. Back at home, here comes that transition into Stim. So we have Stim, +1, Saturation at the natural. Reapers, they force another cancel. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, this is solid damage, but can he get out? Yeah, Solar, he's hunting for the Reapers. And Cure, they should not be able to slip away. Yeah, he's going to be cornered here. Solar will hunt him down, gets a full surround, and the Reapers are finally cleaned up. Yeah, much more efficient trade here for Solar towards the end, but his third base is so late. It's such a late third. He lost how many? He lost 17 Zerglings. He lost 3 drones. He lost like 3 tumors as well. And of course, 3 cancellations on the expansion. And back at home, Cure is safe. Cure, he's safe and sound. Lings, they can't do anything here. If there was extra gas income, if there was a Baneliness, then Solar could try to Bane Bust. But at this point, it's too little too late. So Cure, he's secure. And Cure, he's establishing and getting into his 2-1-1 setup. So Cure, he's building up towards Stim, towards 16 Marines, and a double medevac drop. There's the add-on swap. Here come both medevacs. So medevacs are on the way. So until these medevacs arrive, Cure, he's stuck at home, but soon he can push once again. And the momentum is in favor of Cure. This third base is late. Cure, he's going to be looking to trade against Lings, trade against Queens. To catch up, Solar, he double expands. He has to double expand here because he's so delayed. So the third and the fourth base are on the way. This is a way to recover. This is a way to catch up, but the pressure is on Solar. And here comes Cure. A very ByuN move out, actually. Cure, he moves out without his medevacs. Here you go, medevacs now on the way. Cure, he does push. Solar behind this, he has mass Ling Queen and no Banelings. Baneliness is done. Baneling speed just began. 0 Banelings ready for this. Likewise, nice Solar stepping against the Lings. Oh, Lings, they can just get roasted. But they get mowed down. Yeah, there's no Lings. There's no Lings. He's done it. The Stim timing is too great. Takes out all the Lings, all the Queens. And Cure, he breaks on through. GG gets called. And Cure, he will take the series 2-1. GG. Cure, he takes the series. And Cure, he qualifies for GSL. GG, well played. Congratulations. Cure, he is our next player to qualify. Solar, he is knocked down. Solar, he is knocked down here to the lower bracket, to the loser's match, or to, I should say, the second chance to qualify. Here we go. So again, a very strong showing there by Cure, very aggressive as well, both in this game as well as Amygdala. We saw Cure really flex his more aggressive tendencies, and I feel like Cure, he's more known for being a little bit more passive, being a little bit more standard in his play, but really did show his more aggressive tendencies here in this series, and Solar had a really hard time keeping up, both in game 2 and in game 3. GG, well played. With that, Cure, he does qualify, and up next we have our next series, our next best of 3. Up next we have another ZVT, this time between Solar and his teammate Bunny. Let's go. Let's go. We have our next qualifying match. Let's jump in, as game 1 is going to be on ley lines. Here we go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Falcons. It is Bunny. Here we go. As we are settling into our next best of 3, our final qualifying match of round 1. Again, we already wrapped up Group A, Group B, Group C, and now we are here wrapping up Group D. And against Solar, he just had a bit of a harder time against Cure. Solar just being punished and Cure being so assertive and so aggressive in that series. We'll see if Bunny is able to replicate that. Bunny is also quite aggressive when it comes to his own TVZ, but we'll see what he goes for. We'll see how our players do approach each other. I'll be honest, Bunny, he doesn't really come off as the kind of player to go into 2 or 3 racks Reaper early on, for example. He typically thrives in the mid game, I want to say. Catching up with the chat. No one has casted SOS's round 1 games. The only replays that were made available to the people, to the casters, to the public, are the qualifying matches. So because of that, we will probably be getting into some SOS matches later on, but for now, only qualifying matches for the initial group stage. Here we go. So now we do have our racks expand, setting the opener out of Bunny. Likewise, we have Solo going hatch gas pool. So far, so good. Here we go. As we are settling in. Oh, okay. Going for a 3rd CC before factory? Oh, it's gonna get scattered immediately. It's speaking of Cure not being as aggressive, I mean, you can see here Cure going for, I would say, the greediest build you can go for. 1 drone goes down, but this is insane greed going through 3CC. Okay, 3CC211, 3CC211. I say the most greediest build. I mean, Spirit does one better. I think he's gone like 3 or 4 CC before factory before on Radis's Station. Yo, Radis's Station was a crazy period in StarCraft history. But Solo scouts immediately. He sees the timing of the CC, so he's fully aware of how early this is. And we do have not just a 3CC211, this is a 3CC 3 racks. This is a TVP build. Okay. Interesting. I'll be honest, I don't think I've ever seen this build against Zerg. So basically what's happening here, against Protoss, this should be a stim timing, right? This will be a very strong stim timing with reactive marine production into tech labs, into stim, into combat shields, and I believe this would hit, the 3CC variation would hit with medevacs actually. But yeah, you'd have a stim timing available to you to move out across the map. But this is an odd one here for this matchup. Because of how late this hits, it means that Solar, especially after his scout, he can drone hard. Like Solar, he can fully drone up on 3 bases, and he should be okay. Like, this doesn't really come online for a long time. So this is brutal for Bunny, just because he got scattered immediately, right? He got scattered so fast and so quick. So I am concerned for Bunny. Meanwhile, thank you so much. A big shout out to Kanoya in the chat. Gab, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. Welcome, bienvenidos. Welcome one and all to the GSL qualifier cast. We did have a GSL qualifier cast earlier this morning, actually, and now we are here with the 2nd GSL qualifier cast to try to wrap up whatever we can. Of course, we're going to be wrapping this up completely tomorrow. But welcome. Hope you had a great time. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Thank you, Kanoya, thank you. Do appreciate it, always. As from here, yes, Solo's just joining. Like as a reminder, because there's no Hellion harass, there's no Banshee harass, medevacs are delayed, and most likely this move out will not occur without medevacs. Solo, he fully drones up here on a 3 bases, double Evo chamber before lair as well. From here, he can go into his gases, into his lair, into Bailey Nest. We do see the Bunny though. Okay, he's pushing pre-medevacs with stim. This is his moment, this is his time. We'll see if he can break Solar. As Solar, he drone up to 56. He has 20 lings on the way, and the lings are coming out just in time. It's gonna be close. We'll see if Solar, if he was able to cut enough corners and get away with it. Lings are amassing. Flush transfuse. Queens, they maintain themselves. Lings coming for the surround. And Solar's fine. Yeah, Solar, he will catch out some of those Marines. Bleeds out one of the Queens, though. Yeah, one Queen goes down. Lings, they catch reinforcements. And Solar holds. Solar, he holds. He doesn't lose any drones. And yep, now gases. Bane as Lair is on the way. 1-1 upgrades. Solar, he was aware of just how much he could get away with. How much greed. And he did it. Got away with it. I mean, I would say he overreacted a little bit, and he could have drawn up even harder. But now he's getting a 4th base, and now Solar's getting very comfortable. And again, this build from Bunny, I can see working if it wasn't scattered, right? If it wasn't scattered, if Solar went for more of a standard game, a standard setup. Now Solar securing himself. Double expanding, even getting a 4th base and getting a 5th as well. Lair is done. Bailing speed. Macro hatchery. 3 hatcheries at once. Let's go. Let's go. And now here comes a follow-up at a Bunny, but Solar, he already has those Bailings. He has the Bailings, he has the Queens. Like Solar, he should not die to this. He should not lose the expansion. The base does get low, but only low. From here, Bunny being active. Bunny simming in. Bailings, are going to be denied. Not bad. Does deny the Bailings at the same time. Solar catching reinforcements, going for the unsieged tank. The tank is going to go down. Voids are being pulled. Bunny, he does take down the expansion, but alas, remember, Solar, he double expanded. And the Bailings up. Some of them will connect. I say some, a lot of them will. Yeah, half the bio army does go down. Tank is exposed. Solar shuts down the tank, he pulls away. Likewise, back at home, another tank did go down, but Bunny does defend his mineral line. So Bunny is holding his own. He's holding his own, reinforcements pushing out towards the top side. Now, Bunny's win condition here is deny the bases. He does deny the 5th base for a 2nd time. And I was pushing towards that expansion. Solar is not in position. I say that I spoke too soon. Solar splits off his army. Bunny, does he have enough? Nowhere near. Yeah, just the 1 tank, not enough Marines. Nice tank volley on the Bailings. Oof, the tank goes down. Tank does fall. Bunny doing what he can, being as active as possible. Oh god! 4 medevac goes down. Down goes a 4 medevac. Likewise, Solar taking another base, or I should say retaking his 5th. Now on a secure 4 base setup. Hive is now on the way, 2-2 upgrades, Hydra upgrades as well. Now, because Bunny's been so active, the creep is actually not amazing here. The creep has been receding, and for the most part, Bunny has been able to keep the creep in check for the most part. That is the one upside here for Bunny. Likewise, going for the center expansion. Bunny is pushing. But the problem is here that there's not really much pressure on the bases of Solar. Like, Solar, he's weathered the storm well enough. Where Solar's getting comfortable, he's gaining map control. Spreading more creep. Solar, he's maxing out. Maxing out, Bunny pushing through the center. So there's 3 tanks. Bunny is quite committed here. And a bit of an awkward angle from Solar. Solar, I mean, now he has his Hive. Lurker take is on the way at the same time. Solar going for a massive Ling run by. And ByuN doesn't really have much of time to defend. Has to pull away. ByuN, I mean, he's got 5 tanks. Is committed here. ByuN's rolling in. They break down that front door. At least they look to. And they smash on in. They take down the SCVs. That's going to be 25 SCVs going down. Good. 20, 30 SCVs. And Soul just has to take it slow. Oof. Yeah, so take it slow. The base is forfeit. I mean, he cannot push into these tanks, but he doesn't need to. He has lurkers. Does have lurkers behind this. Waiting for ByuN to overextend. We have Viper production underway as well. Lings, they get across the map. Planetary is done. Lings said they head towards the natural. At least try to. Try to head out. ByuN with pure marine tank like this, he cannot push into these lurkers. He's going to try to, though. The lurker range is done. Tanks moving in. They shut down the baling nest. At this point, ByuN's all in. At this point, ByuN's completely all in. He has to end the game with this push. So he's away some of the lurkers. The first Viper has arrived. Gets a yoink. Gets 1 tank. There's 3 tanks left. 3 tanks remaining. ByuN, he does drop into the main. Not bad. Solar out of position. ByuN making the best out of this. And catching another Viper. Oh, oh my god, barely not. Doesn't quite get the Viper. Likewise going for the yoinks, getting another tank. Down to 2 tanks. 2 tanks left. Lurkers, they do respond. They will defend the main. They defend the main base. Scans are limited. And ByuN's just running out of steam. He's running out of steam here. Running out of supply. Yoinks another tank. And the final tank as well. Yeah, 0 tanks remaining. Now purely a bio army. Just Marines and Marauders and Medevacs. And just not that much of it. Solar collapsing on the drops. Cleaning up whatever is left. We have 4 Vipers now stocking up. That's a lot of Vipers. He does respond. Does respond. Oh, does rotate. Takes the bailings to the face. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. And with that Solar, he breaks out. He cleans up the entire army. GG gets called as ByuN was all in, and Solar will take game number 1. Whew, GG. Solar does take a lead. Again, we did actually make a game out of that. It was a really rough start. Really rough start for ByuN. As you mentioned, ByuN went for a very peculiar build. He went 3 CC, 3 racks, and he got scattered immediately. And Solar, he had a really strong response. He joined up to 56, so he joined up quite heavily onto 3 bases. Then he went double Evo Chamber, delayed Lair, delayed Bailey Nest. He shut down the first push, double expanded. When it came to the second move out of ByuN, he was able to kill the 4th base, but he had double expanded, right? He had double expanded, got in a 4th, got in a 5th base. He had plenty to work with, and yeah, with that Solo was looking quite comfortable. ByuN was all in towards the end, did have a terrifying army, but really patient play out of Solo, waiting for his lurkers, and more importantly, waiting for his Vipers as well. Did wait for his Vipers. GG, well played. With that, we are now getting into game number 2, and we'll see if ByuN can bounce back. We'll see if Solar can take it. Let's go. So we're jumping into game number 2 here of this best of 3 qualifying match. Here we go, and spawning in the bottle and hand corner of Amygdala, we have the red Zerg player, the red Zerg himself from South Korea, representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. one game away from qualifying for GSL, and spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as a opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Falcons as well as their teammates. It is ByuN. Getting a spy back here now to force that ace match. So we are settling in. And again, ByuN just had a really rough start to that game, in the sense that he had gone for a peculiar build and he was scattered immediately. Solely he got away with a lot of greed. Solely he was able to get a really efficient response up and running and going, and able to shut ByuN down. Good stream, good casting, good day. Ah, thank you. Or evening, yes. Is evening here, is evening. Cure? Oh, sorry. If I misspoke earlier, I do apologize. But yes, Cure did qualify. He just qualified for GSL in the previous series. Now we have another qualifying match. Here we go. These kind of games when Zerg is expanding, when Terran is on 3 bases trying to pressure, I feel like Terran is just one bathing run by away from GG. I mean, a lot of it also came down to how committed ByuN was. Because the opener went so poorly, because he was building up towards that earlier stim timing and he didn't get the damage he was hoping for, like there was a lot of pressure on ByuN to commit that much more. Because of that, typically we would see Terran players leave some supply at home to defend against run-bys and to defend against counterattacks. ByuN, he had nothing. If I'm referring to the moment that you're speaking of, there was a time where ByuN was pushing, he didn't really leave anything at home. It was just all or nothing. As ByuN does get across the map. And this time we have a standard opener. This time nothing crazy. Racks into factory, into CC. That's Reaper hooks in. So standard opener. Likewise, we have Solo going hatch gas pool. Last time we saw Solo on Amygdala, if you remember, he did go for a gasless opener. He got punished so hard by Cure. This time he doesn't risk it. This time Solo does take his gas. Oh, also my apologies. I assumed a standard opener, and it somewhat is. It is a 3rd CC before starport, but that is a 2nd rack. So this is a 3 CC 2-on-1. Okay. So this is very bio-heavy. Basically, the way this build works is we're going to be working towards a 16 Marine double medevac push, double medevac timing, but this does hit later than usual. Normally, this would hit around like 5 minutes, 5 minute 30. This does hit a little bit later here because of the faster 3rd CC. Because of this, similarly to the previous game, if Solo were to confirm what's going on, Solo, he has the freedom to drone up harder because there are going to be less Hellions. Right now we have a 3rd and 4th Hellion on the way, then into add-on swap, then into Marine production. So the Hellion count is going to be very low. Because it's lower, you can get away with more drones. As there is that add-on swap. And again, 3CC 2-on-1 is very common on Amygdala. The reason for this, we did actually mention it previously in the previous series, actually, in Cure vs Solar, how awkward and how difficult it is to rotate on this map with your Hellions, just because of the limited attack paths on Amygdala. So a lot of players, they just avoid mass Hellion and they get into faster Marine production. So the Overlord does poke in. And the Overlord, I believe, confirms both Raxes. Ooh, not quite. Saw the 3rd CC floating, saw the Marines here, can piece it all together, especially considering how few Hellions there are. Oh, wait, my apologies. Add-on swap, not reactor on the starport. This is a 3CC 2-on-1 Hellbat push instead. Okay, you have my attention. A cheeky build here by ByuN. Basically, typically we would see an add-on swap here for reactor on the starport for 2 medevacs at a time, right? To pump out your medevacs to go for your drop play. Instead, we leave the reactor on the factory, we throw down an armory, and we go for Hellbats alongside Stim and alongside medevacs. Now, the downside is that there are going to be less medevacs. So there's less medevac support, but you make up for that with extra Hellions and extra Hellbats as well. You also have to, of course, invest into the armory, so it is a little bit more committed here. Likewise, Hellions don't really scale well into a longer game. This has to get damage done. This has to break through. Now, this is not all in, but I mean, still committed nonetheless. As Bunny does stim in. He stims in, going for the queens. Hellbats morph in. He gets one queen already. Not bad. Takes down one of the queens, heading into the mineral line. Drones are forced back. Did you pull away? We're defending with purely Lings. No Banelings ready for this. Lings are getting roasted. Oh my god. Lings getting roasted. The drones, they almost come back too soon. So far, one drone has fallen. But Lings, they catch reinforcements. The queens, they hold their own. Remember, there's no more medevacs. And Bunny's forced back. No medevac support. He's going to be forced back. Another medevac just now arriving. And Solar, he defends well. He did lose a lot of Lings. Did lose 2 queens. Sorry, 3 queens went down. So some hefty losses there. But he maintains his economy. The drone count is still very healthy. That's what matters. That's Bunny moving in once again. Here comes the second wave, this time with less Hellbats. Does get a queen. Takes down a queen once again. Solo, he just ignores the army. He moves out to catch reinforcements. So he's distracting Bunny. Behind this, Solar getting a 4th base up and running. Massing up more Ling Bane. 1-1 about to finish. Baneling's speed on the way as well. Solar doing well for himself. Likewise, Baneling run by, takes down some of the depots. No economic damage, not yet. But coming out of this Solar, he's in a better position. Because of the commitment to all these Hellbats into the armories as well, it does mean there's less of a bio setup. It also does delay tank production. True, typically with this kind of build, at 7 minutes, which we've reached, we'd have 2-3 tanks, and we'd be pushing with those tanks, with all that bio army. But again, tank production was delayed. Tank production was delayed. Now they're just now popping out. So Solar, he's safe. And that's maybe one of the other big side effects, or one of the big detriments of going for a Hellbat push, is delayed tank production. So I would say this was not quite worth it for Bunny. Still in this, of course, still has an economy, don't get me wrong. But it means that Solar can freely drone up to 80. At this point, he can drone up to 80, he can take another base, he can work towards his hive, infestation bits on the way for hive tech, getting into Ling Bane Hydra, eventually into Lurker and Viper. He's building up to that point. Now Bunny moves out. He's got his 2 tanks. This does hit at 8 minutes instead, or almost 8:30. So this is a later push here from Bunny. Does siege, getting within range of the expansion. Oh, as Solar, he does overextend. Almost loses the queen. Say, hold on. Likewise, the space is forfeit. Solar, he already evacuates. And Solar, he shouldn't push into this yet. The hatchery goes down. Solar pulls away. Ideally, he wants to fight this army on creep. And Bunny, does he keep pushing? Okay, backs up. He respects the creep. He backs up. Doesn't get baited in. Ooh, as Bunny's getting caught out. Popping up. Saves the tank. I can't say the same for the Marines. Oof. As a lot of Marines get left behind. Likewise, catching the army unsieged. And this is what Solar wanted. He shuts down the first tank. First tank goes down, getting on top of the second. Oh, the Hellbat does hold its own. Second tank falls. Solar overextending a little bit here, but he does clean up all the tanks. Cleans up the bio, and Solar, he holds. He shuts down the main army. Solar claiming the goal base. Oh, Marines, they do come in to punish, though. Nice catch. Very nice catch. Takes down the Hydras, going for the expansion. Again, the Marine reinforcements, they pop off. Where's the Ling Bane? We have to keep going. Bunny, at this point, he has to keep going. He's A-Raxing behind this. Yeah, he's A-Raxing. He's making 14 Marines at a time. He's all in. Bunny, he's completely all in. He will take down another expansion. Not bad. Gets the 4th, gets the 5th. But he needs more. Again, this push has to end the game. So far, Failings, they take down one of the tanks. Once again, Bunny stimming in. Does it forward. Decent splits against the Failings. Once again, trying to gain more ground. And there's a tough hold here for Solar. Solar bleeding out so much Ling Bane. He's down to Hydras. And mainly just a Hydra army that doesn't really help here. Marines are trading well. Up. Trade well to themselves. Getting into the bases. Viper has arrived. And with the help of the Viper, we get some power bombs and we get some blinding clouds as well. It's still a very clutch hold though. Bunny so close to breaking Solar, but he loses another tank, and another tank goes down. Bailey connects. And Solar's holding. Wow, Solar, he's barely holding on. Again, he's only on 3 bases. Retaking the Northern Expansion. And Solar, he's barely hanging on here. We see Bunny still rallying across the map. Remember, Bunny's all in. He's all in. There's an A-Rax 3 base all in here out of Bunny. He has to keep going. He cannot let up. Especially because the Hive is done. Again, Ultra Cavern's on the way. Ultra's on the horizon. Bunny, he has no answer to Ultras. He has to end the game before the Ultras pop out. And he's done well. He's done well for himself, Ling Ramai across the map. Tank moving in. Lings, they do hit the mineral line. SCVs are going to be going down. Oh, gets going. Gets one. Takes down one tank. Oh, takes down the other tank as well. 3 tanks go down. Still just a swarm of Marines. Takes down the 3rd base. Massive pickoff. And we got to keep going. We have to keep going, Pap. Keep going. Ultra's on the way. Solar is double expanding, going for the gold. For the gold base. Again, the tank count is very low. Again, it's pure Marine. It's got to keep going. And it will deny the expansion. Another base falling. Once again, not bad. Solar pulling away. How many Ultras so far? 1, soon to be 3. Kindness plating is not done, but that's still a lot of Vipers. And a lot of potential blinding clouds. How many Vipers? 3. 3 Vipers so far. And again, the longer that he waits, the worse it's going to be. We have 2 more Ultras coming out. There we go, Solar, he pulls the trigger. He breaks out, nice blinding clouds on both tanks. Yeah, the Marines as well. And the Ultras, they clean up. They clean up the tanks. There's still Mass Marine left over. Clutch Transfuse. Very clutch Transfuse. Oh my god. Still takes down one of the Ultras. Kindness plating kicks in. Another Ultra has arrived. Oh my god, the army's overstimmed. All it takes is one swipe. Now there's more Ultra. There's just more Ultras. They just keep coming in. There's too many Ultras. Ay, ay, ay. 3 Ultras isn't amazing, but against a pure Marine army, I mean, they can do everything. They can mean everything. Here we go. They take out another tank. Brutal swipes going up. And GG gets called. Bunny, he knows that he's run out of steam. Ling Ramai here at the base at the same time. And Solar, he will take the series and qualify for GSL. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations to Solar. That was a very intense hold though. Shout out to Bunny. Bunny, he almost broke Solar so many times. Solar, he was so patient. He lost his 4th base, his 5th base, his 4th base again, his 3rd expansion. He was losing base after base after base. But Solar, he was so patient with how he was engaging. He was also, of course, taking up into Hive. That was his win condition. The longer the game went on, the better it was for Solar, because Solar, he was taking up into Hive, into Vipers, into Ultras. Again, as a reminder, Bunny was completely all-in. He was with a 3-base all-in, 8 racks. What is an 8 racks? I kind of took that for granted saying it. An 8 racks is pure marine tank. No gases at the 3rd base. Because you have no gases, you cannot afford a second factory. You can't really afford extra add-ons. You can't really afford marauders. It is a very intense and very committed 3-base all-in. And again, it's relying on just breaking your opponent then and there before they tech up, before they can ever reach hive tech. As we saw, took too long. As you saw, it took too long. He was getting damage done. That is true. He was knocking down bases, but Solo was buying enough time to get into that hive tech and to get into that win condition, which is getting into hive. GG. GG, well played. Whew. And with that, Solar, he does qualify, and now we have our next stage of the tournament. Let's go. Just catching up with the chat. I went with these games played last week. As a reminder, we reiterate this a couple of times, but for those that are maybe a little bit newer, the GSL qualifiers are never casted live. They're almost never. It's been like 8 years since we last had live coverage of GSL qualifiers. They are providing replays instead, and these events did occur last week. They actually occurred before the new map pool went live. So because of that, all the qualifiers were played on the previous map pool, not on the new map pool with like Pylon and Talkenback and Persephone and all the newer maps. So it's all on the older map pool because these were played out last week. We didn't have any room in our schedule to cast these last week. We cast twice a day, every single day. We were busy with everything else, but now we finally have some time to indulge in the qualifiers. Let's go. And with that, Solar, he qualifies for GSL, and let us catch up on the rest of the brackets and the rest of our matches, I should say. Let's go. Hold on, I gotta update this. Un momento, papi, un momento. So here we go. So again, Cure did qualify. So did Solar. Bam. So we have Solar, and so Cure does qualify over Solar 2-1, then Solar got knocked down, and does advance on over Bunny. And up next, we have the next round in the qualifiers. This is something unique. We have been covering GSL qualifiers for a couple of years at this point, but this is a unique feature that we are not used to. Up next, we have not qualifying matches, these are seeding matches. This season of GSL is a little bit different. It's a little bit sad, but GSL has shrunk quite a bit, and this season, only 12 players. Not 16, it is 12 players in GSL, so has shrunk quite a bit. There are less players, less competitors that can gain access to GSL, which is brutal, by the way. And because of that, these next rounds, these are all players that already qualified. ByuN, GuMiho, Maru, herO, Classic, Reynor. We already covered their qualifying matches this morning. We already covered them. If you missed out on them, I recommend the VODs. We had some spicy games, a lot of all-ins, a lot of aggression with all these players involved, of course. But these are seeding matches. Basically, in this season of GSL, it's a different format. There are 2 group stages. And based on the players that actually make it through these seeding matches, they can be seeded directly into the second group stage. They can skip the first round in GSL and go straight into the second group stage instead. That's what this is. So there's a little bit less on the line. You know, all these players are already in GSL, but they're here to work out their seeding. That's good. Or to skip some rounds. So up next, we have some TVTs, ByuN versus GuMiho. Loser of that series goes up against Maru as well. Likewise, we have herO and Classic. Loser goes up against Reynor. So we have 4 best of 3s remaining, not qualifying matches, seeding matches. Here we go. Here we go. But for now, we are going to be setting up for our Terran versus Terran. Here we go. Setting up for that TVT, and game 1 is going to be on ley lines. If you missed out on the qualifying matches for these 2 players, I do recommend it. Again, a lot of fun, very intense games, very fast games as well, might I add. But here we go, we're jumping on in and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines. We have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran. It is GuMiho. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Terran player, the South Korean Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. Oh, yo, I see Rowdy. Good to see you, Rowdy. Good to see you. Este Rowdy. Oh, you came first. You're so fast. Kappa. Good to see you. Good to see you. As we are setting up. Settling in. So we have initial TVT, and often these two do trade back and forth. I actually rate GuMiho's TVT quite highly. He has some terrifying Terran versus Terran. Both players can be very active, very aggressive in this matchup, and so far neither one does proxy. Our Raxes are back at home. Ooh, interesting. A 2-Rax opener though out of ByuN. Let's go. Now, this is designed to hard counter a proxy 2-Rax, so if GuMiho was proxying, and I would not put it past GuMiho to proxy at some point in this series, I wouldn't put it past ByuN either, to be honest, but this would be a hard counter. We can see, though, that GuMiho is going for, ooh, a double gas opener. This is a Rax into a factory, into a delayed CC. This means faster Hellion, even going reactor first as well. GuMiho, he should be perfectly fine, and it's going to be a little bit more difficult here for ByuN to get damage done with his 2-Rax Reaper. So I do favor GuMiho when it comes to these openers, as the factory is on the way. And again, with his reactor first, he'll be able to keep up production-wise with the double Rax of ByuN. A lot of it also comes down to who catches who. Ideally, you want to be more passive and more tentative with your first wave of Reapers and keep them at home. Otherwise, you might be caught with your pants down. As ByuN does move out. You can see him checking for proxies, getting his CC on location. GuMiho likewise should be getting his own command center as well. But again, GuMiho has the much faster factory here, and it's going to be that much more impactful. Now, depending on the positioning here, ByuN, he might be able to delay the CC. He's going for it. GuMiho moves out. He does miss the army, and the CC is going to be delayed. Not bad. Takes down the SCV. GuMiho turns back around, trying to catch up ByuN. Who shoots first? Oh, GuMiho. Yeah, GuMiho does shoot first. Massive pickoff. Chases down ByuN. Oh, KDA charge goes up. They trade 1-to-1, and GuMiho will clean this up. A better trade for GuMiho behind this, getting a CC. The CC is going to be more delayed, though. Bear that in mind. But a much faster starport. Why? Faster factory. So faster factory, faster starport, faster tech here from GuMiho. GuMiho is in a stronger position, and ByuN, he has to back off. He has to back off, he has to retreat, he has lost map control. And he's hoping that he can defend that natural. With a bunker, he should be able to. GuMiho rushing in. Pokes up the ramp. Spots some Marines. Does rotate. Spots a bunker. And tank production has already begun. Again, so GuMiho, he will have the tank lead in the CVT. Actually going for a tank drop early on. Oh, very committed. I do like this though. Like GuMiho, he has an advantage, so he's pressing that advantage as much as he can. Going for the early drop. And again, it was just a really rough opener for ByuN. Not saying that this is insurmountable, but again, because of the openers, ByuN has some catching up to do. So there you go. The medevac has arrived, and GuMiho, he is boosting across the map. Let's go. Now, with his setup, we can, of course, threaten the natural, take down the bunker, and push in towards the natural base itself. We can also try to threaten the main, but there is a Viking out for ByuN. Thankfully, the Viking will help zone away the medevac. Meanwhile, GuMiho going into an add-on swap into Cloak Banshee. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. GuMiho, he's not stopping. Meanwhile, very ambitious. He's going to get within range of the tank. Oh, barely out of range. Does a siege up behind the mineral line. Likewise, Hellion Reaper. Oh, does try to reinforce. A bit of a messy assault here from GuMiho, but he does deny mining. He denies mining. Does pick up. Does get out of there. Takes down one SCV. So no major kills, but with that denied mining time, GuMiho, he's able to take a lead himself. Freely mining back at home. He pulls away, saves the tank, saves the medevac. Does back off. ByuN does hold. Danny's holding on. Securing himself back at home. GuMiho still maintains map control. And those Banshees are coming. Not just one, we have a second Banshee on the way as well. I'm hoping that ByuN doesn't mule too hard as, I mean, because he just took economic damage, he is tempted to mule to catch up. So he is muling. GuMiho sneaking up on that bunker. Is within range, and the bunker is going to be fired upon. That bunker is going to go down. Nice pick off here by GuMiho. Banshee into the main base, going for the Cyclone, actually. Oh, down the mass repair. There's a scan. Banshee goes down. Nice pickup. Banshee does fall. Solid defense here by ByuN. Tanks are gaining ground. They're getting within range of the CC. Oof. The CC is under fire. And ByuN, he may have to pull the boys. May just have to pull the boys here. Nice scan though, nice lock on. Second Banshee goes out. These Banshees, they have not paid for themselves. And likewise, ByuN, he's within range. Massive pickup is within range, takes down the tank. And GuMiho is falling apart here. He will lose everything. Yeah, both tanks go down, both Banshees go down, and a much stronger defense for ByuN. GuMiho, he had potential, but he threw away far too much. The Banshees were lackluster. And again, he overextended with the tanks. Did overextend, and now suddenly ByuN takes a massive supply lead. He's going for it. He does send it back at home. GuMiho has to be the defender. What do we have to defend? We have almost nothing. We have 3 tanks. We have 3 tanks, 1 Marine, 1 Viking. ByuN, he can go for it. He can go for the main. Now is his chance. Does boost in. The tanks are out of range. GG gets called, and ByuN, he takes game number 1. Whew, GG. ByuN does take a lead. Again, GuMiho had a really strong start, but as we mentioned, he committed quite hard into his early tank production and early Banshee production. And he lost everything. He lost everything, and he got nothing for it. Remember, he lost 1 Banshee in the main, targeting the Cyclone. Didn't kill the Cyclone. He lost his second Banshee at the natural, targeting... Was he also targeting a Cyclone there? No, sorry. He was targeting a tank. He was targeting a tank. Didn't get the tank either. So he lost 2 Banshees. He also, of course, that was Cloak being invested into them. That was all the Star Pro production being invested into them as well. So he lost everything there. Likewise, tanks were exposed. Lost them. GG. GG, well played. Whew. And with that, ByuN takes the lead. Now we're jumping into game 2. Let's go. Jumping into game 2, jumping into Amygdala. The openers are really peculiar. I can't imagine we're going to be seeing another 2x opener out of ByuN. We'll see. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top and the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the other South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran. It is GuMiho. GuMiho down in the series, but he does move out with a very early SCV. Oh boy, let's go. Not just one, by the way. I see 1 SCV. I see a second SCV as well. 2x Reaper is on the way. Now, fun fact, if ByuN did open up 2x, if ByuN had gone for the same opener that he went for in game 1, here in game 2, again, it would be a hard counter. He would shut this down completely. But he's going double gas. Okay, still okay. So double gas open out of ByuN, this is very safe play. In a sense, this means faster factory. More importantly, this means faster Hellion. So ByuN's win condition here to survive the early game and to survive the proxy is to buy time, retain his Reaper, and pump out that Hellion. With his Hellion combined with Reapers, combined with SCVs, he will shut this down. Meanwhile, from the side of GuMiho, it's going to be a little bit more difficult here. Potentially, he could actually get into the main in time to deny the factory. If he can deny the factory, he can win the game. Like, there is a way for him to just end it then and there. Likewise, his goal here is to get some economic damage, delay the CC. We'll see what he can get done. GuMiho does open up with the SCV Scouts. So he dips in, he sees the factory is already in production. He knows. So he knows it's going to be a little bit more difficult to really have this gain much value. As the factory is on the way. we'll see how GuMiho does bring this about. As he's waiting for his second Reaper. Factory's almost done. From here, ByuN, he would have to pull the boys. You can see he's scouting for the proxy. He's checking the more standard proxy locations. Doesn't find anything yet. Remember, ByuN, he did not SCV scout, so he doesn't know what's going on. CC on low ground. This CC can be delayed, but the factory does finish. Factory does complete. He will delay the command center. Gets one SCV. Goes up the ramp. ByuN, he shouldn't be caught out here. He does lose a Reaper, which is less than ideal, but ByuN, he punishes, takes down the Reaper, trades 1-to-1. Better trade for ByuN, and ByuN holds. ByuN, he does hold, he has his Hellion. And with that Hellion, ByuN, he should be fine. I say that, we could still try to focus it down. As GuMiho goes in. Does go into laser CC once again, going for the Hellion, takes down the Reaper. Yeah, Reaper goes down, Hellion getting very low. Oof, one more volley. It's again a very intense moment here. GuMiho, he is delaying the CC, getting his own behind this, catching up. It's catching up, and it's impressive how much damage GuMiho has done, despite the Hellions. As now ByuN, he should be secure. GuMiho going in once again. Oh, again he wants that SCV. And he will barely get it. Yeah, nice pick off. In a head-on fight, GuMiho is going to be cleaned up. He will lose every single Reaper, but he did get the CC. We did delay the CC. As that was 3 SCV kills for 6 Reapers. With that, GuMiho's own command center is actually on par, if not actually faster than the command center of ByuN. So faster CC. And behind this, settling into his own cyclones. The game will continue. Okay, the game will continue, and we are making it up here, going into Macfield accelerators. Oh boy. I mean, it is GuMiho. GuMiho is one of the few Terran players out there at this level that does embrace mech. I mean, I guess mech is more common in TVT than in other matchups. But GuMiho, he is willing to mech it up. From here, getting ready for his own cyclone drop. Racks as they fan out like overlords. They do spot the medevac here of ByuN. Was initially spotted. Likewise, ByuN getting his 3rd CC on location. A bold move here by ByuN. Going for the CC. Likewise, ByuN dropping into the natural. Cyclone's not quite in position. They do respond. And they get a couple of hits in on the medevac. No. GuMiho can attempt to chase him down. Scouts the main. Does spot Raven production alongside Interference Matrix. And GuMiho, does he find ByuN? He does! Yeah, it does find him, gets a lock on. The medevac is not going to go down. Just barely not. Nice control, saves the cyclone. GuMiho moves in, delays the CC. Likewise, oh, does not get the cyclone, but does break the lock on. Breaks the lock on, hot pick. Oh no, that does pick up, does save one. Only one. But he got what he wanted. And he wants more. Oh no, gets a medevac. Takes down the medevac as well. Nice pick offs here by GuMiho. Can he get the Raven? No shot. Sure, he'd like to. I was gonna say, it's one of these racks is GuMiho, not quite. GuMiho just confirming what's happening in the main. Once again, GuMiho going into not just Battle Mech, but into Cloak Banshee as well. Just Cloak Banshee. Once again, GuMiho, he wants to deny that CC. Ooh, takes down both Hellions. The efficiency here. Getting 2 more Marines, getting 3 Marines. Oh my god. Tank shot goes up. Cyclone from behind. Cyclones, they're speedy boys, man. Yeah. GuMiho just being so annoying with them, getting like a Marine here and there, SCV here and there. Some key pickups. And behind this, embracing more factories, getting his own 3rd CC on location. Cloak is now done. Banshees are being activated. He's got 2 Banshees so far. Both headed towards bottom right. Cyclones towards top left. The army is splitting. Hyperflight Road is on the way. Tells us that GuMiho, he intends to not stop making Banshees. He intends to commit. Making more. This is a style of battle mech that was popularized a couple of years ago. This kind of this battle mech plus Banshee style. Very active. I know that ByuN is quite fond of it. TY was fond of it before he retired. Before he did retire. This is a couple of years ago. Pretty sure we casted TY versus Maru. With TY going for this style as well. It's like, what, like 2023 maybe? Around then. Oh. GuMiho, he's looking for a way in. Still looking. Behind this now going to tank production. Again, typically when it comes to this battle mech style, you want to be eventually switching into a more tank heavy composition. Out of Cyclones. Your Cyclones give you map control, but back at home we need to build out that tank camp to have a more robust force. Banshees they poke in, but there are Vikings and Ravens. The Banshees so far, they have not paid for themselves. This has not been worth it. Not yet. But thanks to the terrain, there's just so much space here that is safe against any kind of ground-based army, at least. Banshees get spotted. ByuN is hunting for them. Oh! Catching out the Banshee. Gets one. One Banshee goes down. Nice pickup. Cyclones, they try to punish. They get one Viking. More rush getting knocked down. GuMiho is still building up that tank count. Still getting there. He's on how many? He's on 6 tanks so far. ByuN has 7. GuMiho is making 3 tanks at a time. Now going to double starport into Mass Viking. This can lead into Mass Raven or even Mass Liberator. Meanwhile, as ByuN moves out, Banshees, they move in. Oh, no turrets. Only the 1 turret. Mining is going to be denied. Cyclones, they come in and force back those Vikings. And this is getting out of hand. He does focus on the turret as well. And this base is going to crumble. ByuN is pushing in. Oh, wait, the boys. Jeez. The boys are being pulled. He's crazy. Has to back up. Nice to stable on the tanks, but he does siege up a little bit too far back. Yeah, despite the disables, they do nothing. The tanks do survive. June drop here into the main. Does go for the drop. A couple of tanks in position. Yeah, there are enough tanks. ByuN forced to pick up, dropping back over the tank line. We do get the mass repair, but all 3 tanks will go down. ByuN pushing in. At the same time, his starbase is forfeit. Yeah, starbase is forfeit. GuMiho, he has air control. He has the higher Viking count. Forces back ByuN. And ByuN, sure, he denied the 3rd, but GuMiho had a 4th. He had a 4th base. It's already fully operational. GuMiho, he has more SCVs. He's up in economy. Remember, ByuN, he lost his mineral line earlier. And Banshees, they catch him out. Ooh. Shutting down 2 more tanks. 2 more tanks go down. GuMiho is going for his own counterattack. He wants that 3rd. And we might end up in a base trade. As the armies, they pass by each other. GuMiho, he strikes the 3rd. ByuN, He's not coming home. He's not coming home. He's sending it. Send that baby. What can he send it to? Yeah, the CC goes down. We're committing to the base trade. Knocking down another command center. GuMiho still moving in, pushing towards the production. Likewise, so is ByuN. GuMiho back at home. Nothing here to defend. Uh-oh. Yeah, there is nothing here. Oof, SCV's getting called out. Looking at the Unistab here, we do see GuMiho with a high Viking count, so he's got more Vikings. He's got the Banshees. You know, ByuN does have the one Raven. As we're pushing into the main base, both players are. Yeah, we have the one Banshee out of, and yeah, with that GG gets called. GuMiho, he will overwhelm, and GuMiho, he will take game number 2, tying up the series 1-1. ByuN, he gets stopped here in his tracks. GuMiho, he was busting into the main, and of course, GuMiho has the greater army and still has another base up and running. GG. GG. Ooh, we're going to the ace match. We're going to game 3, and we'll see how this story ends. We'll see who gets seeded directly into Group Stage 2, as we are loading into Ultra Love. Loading into Ultra Love here, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran. It is GuMiho. Let's go. Just setting up, and here we go. We're getting into our ace match, getting into game 3. Now, as a reminder, this is a seeding match, so both players are still in GSL, but one of these two can skip the first round. One of these two can skip the entire group stage 1 of GSL and go straight into group stage 2. Let's find out who it's gonna be. Let's go. As, oh my god, not for the first time in this series, we have ByuN opening up 2 racks. Oh boy, he is so paranoid. Okay. So 2 racks open at ByuN. I mean, I guess I don't blame him, because GuMiho did proxy last game, and GuMiho's proxy was, I mean, quite impactful. It was quite successful, I would say, his 2x Reaper. But would GuMiho 2x Reaper 2 games in a row? ByuN believes so. Now, we've been in this position before. Just like game 1, ByuN is going for his 2-ranked Reaper opener back at home. This is designed to hard counter a proxy, but there is no proxy. And GuMiho is opening up double gas into a faster factory. So just like game 1, I would say that GuMiho has the potential for a stronger start to the game. But in game 1, even though GuMiho had a stronger start, if you remember, he kind of fumbled the mid-game, or he fumbled the transition. As he doubled down, he committed into a tank drop, and he committed into Cloak Banshees, and the Cloak Banshees, they did not pay for themselves. They got literally 0 damage. I guess they forced some repairs out of SCVs. But the Banshees got shut down, and the tanks did overextend, and everything crumbled around GuMiho. But that was still off of a better start. So we'll see if GuMiho can replicate the success of game 1. At least of the early game. Reaper moves in. This is risky here from GuMiho, by the way, as he's up against 2 Reapers of his opponent. CC is delayed. ByuN trying to cut him off. Uh-oh. Does attempt to cut him off. Heading on over. GuMiho, he has to get the hell out of here. And he gets caught out. Yeah, massive catch. The Reaper is gonna fall. At least it should. Does go for the KDA charge. GuMiho does have some moves, but he's gonna be overwhelmed. That is 1 Reaper falling. That is 1 less Reaper to defend back at home. We need that Hellion. 1 Hellion is not good enough. ByuN is coming. Does rally across the map. But GuMiho, he bypasses the main army, going for the CC once again, looking for the delay. Hellion gets a first shot, but the Hellion has to kite back. And no kiting. Yeah, late reaction out of GuMiho. The Hellion goes down. SCV as well. And GuMiho is in trouble here. Kiting back. Toys are being pulled, and GuMiho, he will hold, but he's losing so much more across the map. But it looks like he will delay the CC. True. Does delay the command center. Likewise, shuts down both Reapers. Clutch Marauder. And the game is settling down. Now, as the game settles here, once again, we do have GuMiho with a much faster factory, and as a result, a much faster starport. So his tech is faster from the side of GuMiho. From the side of ByuN, later factory, later starport. We have concussive shell on the way. Okay, that I was not expecting. Concussive shell marauders, they can punish Hellions early on. They can punish Reapers, clearly. They can even look to punish Cyclones, and we're going for an early medevac. So it's going to be a Marauder drop early on with some Hellion support. This is a very quirky build out of GuMiho, but there's potential. There is potential here. We'll see what he can pull off. As you see GuMiho load up. Again, 3 Marauders in the medevac. We have 2 Hellions on the ground. And we'll see what we go for. Like, potential targets would be the Cyclone, but if the Marines were on the low ground, if the Cyclone was on its own, then there was potential there, but now that there's Cyclone support... Oh. The drops, they do pass by each other. Marauder does unload. They do hold their own. Hellion support coming in as well. Oh, as one Marauder goes down, bit of miscontrol. There's some miscontrol there from GuMiho. Bleeds out a Marauder. ByuN moving out. And so far, these Marauders, it was a risky maneuver here, but no, it doesn't quite pay for itself. So not as worth it. As GuMiho pulls back, behind this, going into his own 3-1-1 setup, going into Bio Tank. No mech, not this time. Out of GuMiho. Likewise, ByuN, he does pull away. Does pull back. From here, see where we head. Oh, rotating into the main. Does look to rotate, and we'll see if he can find a way in here. So far, GuMiho is keeping up. We have a 3rd CC on the way for ByuN. Going for a 3rd CC, dropping into the mineral line. GuMiho out of position. Not quite able to keep up, but we don't really get any SCV kills. GuMiho holds. Does hold, does defend. Behind this, just building up more bio, building up more tanks, working towards +1, working towards stim, combat shields. It's going to be later upgrades for ByuN and GuMiho. He is going for a CC on location, so we're building up towards the mid game. No one's going for an all-in, not this time. There we go. ByuN is going to be slipping in. At least looking to. Unloading here outside of the CC. Going for a double-pronged attack. Double drop on the right, single drop towards the left. Scan into the main, gets eyes on the production. And ByuN, he does get caught out. Likewise, headed towards the base, but the tank is in position. GuMiho is holding. ByuN, he backs the hell off. It's like, you know what? You're good. You know, I'm good. I'll back off, let you do you. Pull away. When it comes to our setup here, so far, ByuN, he does have a tank lead. He's got 5 tanks in between his opponents. Likewise, has a medevac lead as well. And what does GuMiho have? GuMiho has more Vikings. So the Viking count is in favor of GuMiho. Likewise, I believe the upgrades, yep, also in favor of GuMiho as well. Slightly, as GuMiho is getting 1 upgrade at a time, meanwhile ByuN getting 2. So ByuN, he will catch up in upgrades. I do favor ByuN's position here overall. But I say that he will lose a full medevac. ByuN, por favor. Full medevac goes down. Again, the higher Viking count here is so far paying off for GuMiho. Air control is paramount in TBT, and it allows you to do this, allows you to get into Liberators. Here we go, 2 Liberators being built at a time. Liberation is on the way. Very often TBT does boil down to who has that air control. And so far, GuMiho does. And we'll see if the Liberators join the main army or if they just go to harass. As GuMiho is moving in. ByuN trying to keep up. There's a scan, does spot ByuN. GuMiho looking to sleep on the army. Looking to sneak up. Scans ahead of time. ByuN not quite in position. GuMiho moving in towards that mineral line. He'll take down the first tank. And ByuN is going for the counterattack. He just ignores the army. He just sends it right down mid. He's going straight for the natural with his bunker. There's a tank. Ooh, yeah, GuMiho, he's ready. He's ready at the natural. Does punish. Does defend. At the same time, ByuN takes down the lib. Takes down the Liberator. GuMiho, he races back home and he will deal with this. He will shut this down. At least it looks to. ByuN gets away. The tanks were left behind. A very chaotic moment here. But GuMiho, he holds back at home and now he can reinforce this army. And he's going to keep on going. Does keep pushing. ByuN, he evacuates. He evacuates the mineral line. ByuN potentially setting up a surround. As GuMiho, he's boosting in. I mean, the tanks are on their own. Yeah, tanks are exposed, and he will get a handful of them. There we go, 1, 2 tanks going down. He stems in. Oh, gets punished. GuMiho, big overextension. He has to back off. He has to pull away. Both players trading. Oh, GuMiho rallying into the army. Rough losses there for GuMiho. Behind this, getting a 4th CC. Once again, GuMiho is tempted to boost. Oh, a dusty opportunity. Once again, the tanks together throw their own. Yeah, ByuN out of position. Tanks, they're going to go down. GuMiho gets 1. Gets 1 tank, barely gets away. And you can see the urge of ByuN where he just wants to attack. Like, he just wants to go across the map, and every time he tries to, he gets punished. He just wants to send it. There's GuMiho within range of the CC. Likewise, GuMiho is maxing out. Most of his army is still across the map, though. He's now moving in. ByuN trying to set up his own surround. Now, who catches who? A bit of an awkward engage. 1 tank goes down from GuMiho. ByuN, decent catch, going for another tank. He gets 1, he gets 3. 3 tanks go down, but he'll bleed his own out as well. And trades out 3 for 3. The tank kind of gets reset. ByuN looking for another. Oh god, but he gets surrounded. ByuN bleeding out so much supply here. He has to get the hell out of here. Does boost away. And the CC is still under fire. ByuN pulls away. GuMiho able to reinforce. There's only 2 tanks. At this point, GuMiho, he can just stim. Yeah, at this point, he can just stim in. Oh! Getting caught out, though. Yeah, both players, they trade out their tanks. 2 tanks go down for ByuN, 2 tanks for GuMiho. But GuMiho, he still has that siege line. And ByuN, once again, he just moves out across the map. This time, he gets across. He will take down the CC. GuMiho out of position. Not bad. Command center goes down. And GuMiho is still not gaining any ground here. That's a lot of Marines for ByuN. And from here, ByuN can go for bottom right. That is not a planetary. So ByuN takes down the 3rd and also taking down the 4th. As another CC goes down. Yeah, there's no escape here for GuMiho. GuMiho getting supply blocked. Losing more SCVs. And yes, he did deny the third base, but ByuN had a fourth base fully operational, fully up and running. GuMiho, he lifts up his main to land. GuMiho getting desperate. Oh no, the SCVs. Ah, they couldn't get out. That was 23 SCVs in total. And ByuN looking solid. Does take a supply lead. There was some strong moments for GuMiho, but as we saw, all it took was one moment where there was an opening, where there was nothing at home, and ByuN, he just sent it. Just sent it across the map. GuMiho, he didn't respect the ByuN dive. Speaking of, ByuN coming from behind, getting ready for a surround. Or at least trying to flank the army. And he does chase GuMiho down. GuMiho is in a world of hurt here. He's down in bases, down in economy, down in army. Down in everything. ByuN even has 3-3. And again, GuMiho, he was playing this out well. Like, he had a solid position. He was punishing ByuN. He was taking down tanks, denying mining, getting his own fourth. Things looking good until GuMiho reinforced his army, right? Like, when he moved out with everything that he had back at home, it meant he was vulnerable, and ByuN just pounced. He went for the opportunity, or I should say he saw it, did take it. And now ByuN is maxed. Now it's still a very marine heavy composition, but he sims in, he takes out the tank line. The Liberators as well, brutal pickups. Very efficient trades here for ByuN. Trading minerals for gas. And again, this is where ByuN thrives in TBT. Like, a lot of players, they resort to bio-tank with Viking, but ByuN, he just makes medevacs and makes more marines. Just more marine, more man with gun. But this style can be abused, for sure, but I mean, as we saw, like, GuMiho, he did have some good responses early on. As he just kept supply back at home, but once he committed, that's when ByuN can thrive. As ByuN once again, he sneaks out across the map. This time there's a tank in the natural. This time, GuMiho defends. Okay. GuMiho is catching up in supply. He's still down at base, still down in economy. But army-wise, he's keeping up. He's holding on. Armies are comparable with each other. Are comparable. ByuN once again looking for an opening. GuMiho does stim in. I mean, this is everything that GuMiho has. He's just sending everything down the center. Going for one big breakout push. Pushing into tanks though. ByuN does stop him. GuMiho, he will at least delay the CC, but this base doesn't really matter as much for ByuN. That's a kill, not a cancel. ByuN going for top left as well. Oh, so ByuN overextends. GuMiho at this point, it's almost on a one base economy. It's all or nothing for GuMiho. If he can bait ByuN in, then he can still win a fight. GuMiho slightly ahead in tanks. And there we go, does go with the stim, gets a tank. First one goes down, and he should get the second. And takes down the second tank, he breaks the expansion. Yeah, it does overwhelm. Nice concave, nice setup there from GuMiho. Now moving in. Now what's important is that ByuN can afford these losses and GuMiho cannot. So GuMiho has to keep going. He has to keep pushing. Gets another tank. Takes down another. Oof. This time he gets punished though. Yeah, that tank on the high ground is brutal. 17 kills. Does finally go down. 17 kills on that one tank. Last ByuN, he's still on 4 bases, still mining. GuMiho is getting his own backup 4th base on location. I'll be honest, I would have assumed he would have landed or floated over his natural. Oh, does catch a couple of Vikings. Decent pick off there by GuMiho. Takes down some Vikings. Oh, pushing to tank fire though. Rougher trade for the Blue Terran. GuMiho peels off a couple of units. Top left is a planetary, so not going to be easy to break. So far, impressive play here by GuMiho. Despite being down 2 bases, like he's holding his own. And now he's just catching up in bases. Catching up in economy. ByuN, he does skirt around the edge. He's going for one of the expansions here. One of the most important mining bases for GuMiho. The CC does go down the mineral line as well. Ay, ay, ay. The reinforcements, the rally. Ay, ay, ay. At the same time, GuMiho going for the mineral line as well. Oh, ByuN gets surrounded. And ByuN, he will lose everything here. The Marines, they plummet. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, brutal surround. And was that worth it? I mean, GuMiho, he's down to 28 SCVs. Liberation has arrived. He punishes the tanks. Does have the Liberators. ByuN, he's likewise also contained to a 1 base economy. He's a half a base economy. GuMiho, he has more mining. He has a fresh mining base. ByuN does not. Uh-oh. ByuN floating over his main, getting desperate. GuMiho's been there. Floats over the main base. Again, the one big advantage here of ByuN are his Liberators, is his air control. Likewise, ByuN, he does get top left back up and running. GuMiho, he stims in. Oh, within range of the tank though. Oh god. Yeah, that one tank popping off. Taking down so many Marines. That was a rough trade for GuMiho. Down to 1 medevac. Down to 1. And it's going to be the final fight for GuMiho as he kind of replaces. The tanks are going down. The Marines as well. Vikings, they up to land. And the final tank falls. GuMiho, this was his army. He's down to this. He's down to... he's got some medevacs. He's got some Marines. He's down to 1 tank. 1 tank remaining. And again, it was impressive just how far GuMiho was able to take this, despite being pretty far behind economically. But he clawed his way back in. But it's still not enough. Not like this. Sims on forward within tank range, within Liberator range as well. GuMiho going for the CC. Nice hold position micro with the Marines. It does micro well for himself, bleeds out the medevac. Oh god, Sims in, GG gets called, he runs out of steam, and ByuN will take the series 2-1, being seeded directly into Group Stage 2. GG. GG, well played. ByuN, he will claim the series. A very intense back and forth, and again, impressive play there by GuMiho. Even though GuMiho was in a very rough position, he was down a base, down in economy, down in army, down in upgrades as well. Despite that, he actually made it quite close towards the end, denying bases, taking some better fights. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations here to ByuN. And it's a little bit bittersweet because on the one hand, ByuN, hey, he's seeded directly into Group Stage 2. That also means we get to see less ByuN in GSL. So we're going to be featuring him a little bit less in GSL, unfortunately, but, you know, now he's able to secure himself further along in the tournament, so GG well played. Meanwhile, GuMiho, he's still in GSL, but he'll have to play things out through the initial group stage tomorrow. GG. GG well played with that. So we still have some more matches up ahead of us here. I mean, I say that, I'm getting ahead of myself, as we actually have another TBT. Oh boy. Here we go. As we do catch up on our matches here tonight. As you can see, we just wrapped up our initial 3 best of 3s, and up next we have another seeding match. GuMiho, he gets knocked down to the lower bracket to face off against Maru in another Terran versus Terran. I'm assuming this is TBT. I know that Maru, he has played around with Protoss at times. I'm assuming that won't be the case here, but I have been wrong before. Yeah, it's Terran, it's Terran. Thank God. I wasn't too sure initially. But yeah, so Maru versus GuMiho is going to be coming up next for another seeding match. As a reminder, these are seeding matches. They're both still in GSL. Likewise, after that, we have herO versus Classic, and then we have the loser of that series up against Reynor as well. So we have 3 best of 3s remaining here. We are halfway through the broadcast. For now, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and hydrate all of your hydras. When we come back, we'll have some more Terran versus Terran. See you soon after the break. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the second half of the broadcast, the second half of tonight's GSL Season 1 2025 qualifier broadcast, as we are in the middle of our seeding matches. Again, these are players that we're covering that are already in GSL. They already qualified. We already casted their qualifying matches, but now they are fighting to skip the first round and to be seeded directly into Group Stage 2. The first player to do so is ByuN. ByuN does make it through over GuMiho, and GuMiho gets knocked down to face off against Maru in another Terran versus Terran. Let's go. The TVTs, they continue, and up first we do have Game 1 loading into ley lines. Let's go. Are loading into ley lines. And we are indeed, thankfully, embracing a TVT. I was half expecting a Protoss, not gonna lie. But let's go. As spawning in the right-hand corner of ley lines, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Vitality. It is Maru. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean, the other South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran. It is GuMiho. We go. Our TVTs do continue. GuMiho, of course, warmed up, and we were able to feature GuMiho in a couple different ways. We saw GuMiho cheese and proxy one game. We saw him embrace mech in another game as well. And of course, there's also some bio tank out of GuMiho alongside that. We'll see how he does adjust. Likewise, we'll see how Maru does approach this matchup as well. Maru, he has some killer TVT. Maru alongside GuMiho, alongside Ryung, alongside ByuN, alongside really all the Korean Terrans. They're the reason why Clem abandoned this matchup, by the way. He's like, yo, these guys are crazy. I've had enough. So again, Clem, eventually he was kind of bullied out of the TVTs, and that's why he no longer plays Terran in TVT. That's why he plays Protoss instead. And to be fair, it's a great success, right? Like Clem, he has beaten every Terran player in the world with his Protoss except for one, except for Maru. That's only because they've never played. Like, they've never played. Otherwise, ByuN, Kior, GuMiho, Ryung, all the other Terrans have all fallen at the hands of Clem's Protoss. I'm still waiting for the day. I want to see Maru versus Clem's Protoss. What I was hoping to see it at Star Zagora, but Maru wasn't going to Star Zagora, so I was like, that's the one thing I wanted out of that tournament. Maybe next time, maybe next time. I'm looking forward to it. Maybe at EWC, like potentially. We'll see whenever they do happen to face off. Regardless, we are going to be settling in, and we have our economic opener out of Maru going for the rack to expand. GuMiho doing the same. Economic openers all around. As we said, Lindsay, a big shout to TQD in the chat. Bobby God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the gifted sub to the community. Thank you so much for the gifted sub to RZR BK OTP. There we go. But thank you, Bobby. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft as we are jumping into our Terran versus Terran. Catching up with the chat is Maru in the lower bracket. Yes, he did get knocked down to the lower bracket. That's why he's facing off against GuMiho. Let's go. Let's go. For the time being, again, economic openers all around for both players. Factories are on the way. Factory done here for GuMiho. Maru's a little bit later here as he's actually going for the third. He's crazy. The third CC. Rushing into a very fast third CC here in the TVT. Very greedy play here by Maru. We'll see if he can get away with it. Likewise, Double Reaper does catch the first Reaper of GuMiho, forcing him back. Oh, it does bully him back here, denying any kind of mining at the natural. Nice movement here from Maru. With that, does enjoy himself a slightly better economy. Catching out the Reaper. GuMiho, he does overextend. This Reaper should be hunted down. And the pressure is now on GuMiho to scout, to figure out what's going on and to try to punish this, because again, Maru is being so greedy here with that third command center, especially on this map of all maps. Like if we were on a more larger macro map like Amygdala or Neo Atlas Square or Abyssal Reef, then sure, that'd be more understandable. Here on ley lines, bold move. Bold move out of Maru. Likewise, behind this, we have our 1-1-1 setup, going for the add-on swap. Tank production underway. We have GuMiho going for his own tank Raven production. Likewise, Maru doing the same. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Is going for Ravens. Is actually going Reactored Hellion. Interesting. So delay tank production out of Maru, going into Reactored Hellion instead. With this, he will secure map control. That is true, he can threaten the bases, but this is going to impact his overall tank count. Oh boy. Here we go. Green curry plus Maru versus GuMiho. Perfect lunch break. Oh, let's go, Senju, let's go. I haven't had green curry in a long time. Good to hear. Good to hear. So now GuMiho, oh Jesus, god damn it. What is he going for? A second factory. So we have Maru being hyper greedy, rushing into a third CC. We have GuMiho going into mech, throwing down a second and a third factory, is looking to mech it up. And this is going to hit later, which means GuMiho most likely will not punish the greed of Maru. So we're getting into a longer game state. Maru is going to enjoy a better economy. GuMiho going to enjoy stronger tech. Scan into the main reveals the mech. So Maru knows. Maru is aware of what's going on. And again, because Maru did invest into his own economy, its scan does reveal the production being thrown down. But because of the faster CC, Maru, he can't punish this either. So we're headed into a longer game state. I do favor Maru's position here. On the one hand, yes, there's mech on the way, but Maru, he's got a very nice economy. Rushing to a fourth. He's getting a fourth CC. Jesus. I mean, he's up against mech, so he knows he can get away with it. True. He knows he can get away with it. So 4th CC already on the way. The greed continues from Maru. And I don't see GuMiho punishing this. I say that. He's being active. We've got 3 tanks, we have some ravens, we have interference matrix. Oh, actually GuMiho does not. Never mind. But the tank count is heavily in favor of GuMiho. And he's pushing. Maru, he spots the army. They do spot each other. GuMiho, sorry, Maru, he does force the siege. GuMiho still rotating. Still breaking out. Likewise, we're up to 4 ravens, Jesus! 4 ravens for Maru, he can disable everything. He can, and he will. He does go for the time. Actually throws down a wall of turrets instead. The turrets, they shut down all the tanks. Yeah, the tanks are cleaned up. GuMiho has to back off. The power of the Raven. The power of the mass auto turret. Ay, ay, ay. And behind this Maru, he's also embracing mech. Mech versus mech. Let's go. We're meching it up. It's meching time. Oh, God. SMH my head. Maru, he's also one of those players that is willing to embrace mech from time to time. He's got that young influence in him. Ay, ay, ay. As Maru, he does push through the center. He does bypass GuMiho, going straight for the kill. The natural's exposed. The third rate's exposed. And we're going for the base trade. We're going for the base trade here. But there's so many more Hellions for Maru. He does deny the third. GuMiho moving in, running into Cyclones of all things. Raven goes down, massive pickup. Force land is Vikings. So we have Viking tank from GuMiho, we have a Hellion tank from Maru, plus the Ravens. Massive stable. Boys being pulled into Hellions, Auto Charge being thrown down. And Maru, he will break the natural. Again, the Hellions, they roast up the SCVs. Ravens move in. And Maru's making his way into the main. At the same time, GuMiho trying to force his way into the main base as well, but his army's just so much slower. Just such a slower army here for GuMiho. At the same time, though, there are 2 tanks on the main. 2 tanks, they cover the main. Instead, Maru going into mass Cyclone production. As tanks, they are locked out of the base. Likewise, Maru, he breaks out with their Cyclones. And nice lock-ons, takes out the tanks. And more Hellbats waddling in. And GG gets called. GuMiho, he runs out of steam. And Maru, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Maru, he does take a lead in the series. Does take the first game. Again, it was a very awkward game with Maru being a hyper greedy, but also responding with mech of all things as well. But again, a very different kind of mech. He went into extra ravens. He did focus on a heavier Hellion count early on, lighter on the tanks. Worked out really well actually. Despite having less tanks, the auto turrets, the ravens made up for that. They made up for it quite heavily actually. GG. GG well played with that. Maru does take a lead, and now we are jumping into game number 2. Game 2 is going to be on Amygdala. And we'll see if Maru can take this series and make it into that group stage 2, or if GuMiho can force the ace match. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Amygdala, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Vitality, leading the series 1-0. It is Maru. And spawning in the bottom right corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the red Terran. Down in the series, the pressure is on. It is GuMiho. Buen día, mi nieto. Ga, papi, ga. Este Vasquez, papi. Este Vasquez. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? 2x Reaper. Let's go. The proxy 2x Reaper is upon us here. GuMiho, he's had enough. He's had it up to here. Going for the proxy across the map. Maru, what do we go for? Does Maru open up economically? Remember, last game, Maru, he went for a 3rd TC before factory. Like, he went for a crazy build last game. This time, looks like another economic opener as well. Oh, boy. It's going to be an interesting one here for Maru. As again, Maru, he's going for the ranks expand economic opener. Remember, ByuN was playing very safe against GuMiho. Meanwhile, Maru, he's playing economically, which is ideal for the red Terran. Now, when it comes to this kind of game state, this is not a build order win, but I do give the edge and I do give the advantage to GuMiho. Maru, it's going to be on him to recognize what's going on. He has the potential to scout this. He can scout this with his first Reaper, and he can figure out what's happening. There we go, the first Reaper's on the way. Likewise, if he sees this coming ahead of time, he can start a bunker, he can pre-pull the boys. He has to do whatever he can to protect his first Reaper. Yes, so he's going to have to pull the boys here, likewise protect the factory as well. Going for the safety bunker. Oh wait, he has SCV Scout. Okay, does SCV Scout. He does see the racks is missing. Safety bunker's on the way. So far, good response. So bunker at the ramp, bunker at the cliff face as well. SCV Scouts are rare here in TVT, so I was a little bit shocked, but it does pay off. It does pay off for Maru. First Reaper pokes in, and the first Reaper is going to be zoned away. It's forced out of the main. So far, good response here by Maru. Factory is in production. Reapers are amassing, but that surprise factor is no longer here. No longer a factor for GuMiho. And he already lifts. He already lifts one of the Raxes. Getting high ground vision. Likewise, Maru just being as annoying as possible. As annoying as he can be. Likewise, nice pick up here. Gets one, gets two ACVs, delays the CC, and oh, doesn't quite delay the factory. Hellion is on the way. Reapers are on hold position. Micro, can he force a cancel? He can! Oh, that should not have happened. Ay, ay, ay. Cancellation on that CC. Brutal pickoff. And with that, GuMiho, this initial proxy is doing quite well for himself. His own CC is faster. He has a faster command center than Maru. He will have the better economy. Maru does defend, but still just sustains some losses. And from here, GuMiho backs off. We'll be backing off, floating back home. Have that factory follow-up into tank production. Or even into Cyclone. Likewise, this makes sense from Maru here, double expanding. He's double to catch back up. He knows that he's behind, so natural base straight into the third CC. Maru does double expand. And this time we'll see if GuMiho can scout. Remember, last game, GuMiho, he missed the faster CC of Maru. He did miss how greedy he was being. Here we go. 1 to 10, how washed is Maru? He's walk. That's what he is. God. Don't be a clown, Walk. Don't be a clown. As now GuMiho is falling back. Likewise, oh, third CC on the way from GuMiho as well. So my apologies, as Maru was rushing into a third, so is GuMiho. GuMiho's is a little bit later than his opponent, that is true. Later CC, but on the way nonetheless. So both players are rushing into their third expansions. Building up back at home. And the game is going to slow down. Okay, we're slowing things down. Now, last game, this did lead into mech versus mech. I'm curious to see where our production leads us as... Oh, we do have our add-ons, so it should be Biotank out of GuMiho. And I would imagine Maru would head in the same direction. I would imagine. There we go. More Raxes on the way. Do love to see it. GuMiho embracing his inner bio this time. Double EVs behind this. Double upgrades. Embracing Stim. Maru going for a later Raxes back at home. And it will have a later timing as a result. Overall, I'm liking GuMiho's position slightly more. I mean, there's a bit of a give and take here, as both players are investing into their Ravens, into a Defense Matrix. Scan reveals bio. I'm sure Maru wasn't sure, especially after last game. And again, the game will slow down. Will slow down. Players are expanding. Both players taking their third bases. Maru, he does get eyes on the third base timing of GuMiho. GuMiho, he does not spot the third of his opponent. They can assume. Again, after an intense early game, we're just slowing the game down here. At least until medevacs come online. We can see reactor medevac production out of GuMiho. Maru, he can do the same, or he can go into reactor Vikings. We'll see what he prefers. I'd imagine draw play as well. As we have potential for a long late game here. I mean, we have a slower start and a more economic and greedy follow-up here from our players. Likewise, we're leading into Amygdala. Amygdala is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Much larger map, longer rushes by ground. Relatively easy to cut in half. Sensor towers being thrown down. Yeah, we're gonna be here for a while. Let's go, let's go. Gonna be here for a while. I'm ready for it, Pappy. Ready. GuMiho does fan out. Rotating over towards the third base of Maru. Upgrades still catching up. Upgrades are slightly in favor of GuMiho, but Maru, he just needs a little bit more time for his own stim. Just not finishing. Not getting to a fourth CC. GuMiho going for the gold. Being a little bit greedier, but GuMiho does have map control. So he can afford to be the greedier player. Supplies are still just posturing, just calming down, building up. I mean, army supplies are still comparable to each other. You could argue that we have like a slightly faster 2-2 upgrade timing for GuMiho, but it's only by a couple of seconds. Likewise, Maru's going to +1 vehicle weapons himself. Right now it's on Maru to keep up with these rotations. Now being active himself. Moving out with his own double drop. double starport already on the way. Now, if given an opportunity, Maru, he is very willing to go into Mass Raven and Mass BC. That is the late game of TVT. And he's already setting up for it. Getting another command center. I believe that is, yep, the 5th CC. Triple starport production. Taken to the skies. Again, early on, TVT is all about positional play and tank play, but as the game progresses, it's all about air control, air dominance, Vikings, then into Liberators, then into Ravens. We might see that here, if the game goes on long enough. Now Maru, he secures his 4th, bearing in mind that GuMiho, his 4th base is the gold, so he has a boosted economy. With that, GuMiho, he does take a supply lead. He will have more Marines. He has 2 more tanks. He has, oh Jesus, 20 more Marines as well. Not quite 20, but more nonetheless. Likewise, rotating over. Maru trying to keep up. 2-2 is now done for GuMiho, but Maru is about to catch up with those upgrades in a couple of seconds. GuMiho stimming in. Maru trying to keep up. Again, the upgrades just now kicking in for Maru after the fight. And GuMiho will take it. Better 2-2 timing. Takes down the tank, cleans up the Marines, but he doesn't break the expansion. Yes, Maru does defend. Shuts down the army at the same time. GuMiho pushing in. Mass disable, not bad. Yeah, Maru out of position. Tanks are going down. Takes out 2 tanks, the depot, the tower as well. He's working his way towards the planetary. GuMiho popping up. Oh. As Maru, he attempts to stem in. Nice counter disables. Disables are good, but does Maru have enough to break this? As he's going to Mass Raven. But maybe too soon. Yeah, GuMiho goes for the stem. He breaks through. Disables one of the tanks. Oh, running out of Marines though. Barely runs out. And Maru holds. Maru, he's holding on. Maru, he has air control. He has more Vikings. He has more Ravens. That's where Maru's strength lies. In his Viking count. But the Marine count's still in favor of GuMiho. GuMiho still has a lot of Marines. Going for the drop. So far, the goal base is denied. GuMiho rotates over towards that right-hand base. At the same time, we have a June drop into the main. And there is a ring of turrets. Uh-oh. Alright, turrets in position. Maru, he cleans up the tank line. Not bad. Takes down 3 tanks. But here comes a boost. Oh, full medevac goes down. Oh, there's a full medevac. He does unload, but only a handful of Marines. Only some bio here. Takes down some of the turrets. Gets a handful of SCVs, but nothing major. Oof. GuMiho gets cleaned up. Maru, he's holding. How many Ravens? He's on 7, soon to be 9 Ravens. And again, this is the, like, he's building up towards that kind of ideal late game is Sky Terran. GuMiho, he throws down 2 more starports. Stimming in. He does break the expansion. Maru out of position. Is out of position. The CC getting very low. Oh, can he get it? He can. CC goes down. 3-3 kicking in there for GuMiho. Again, these are 3-3 bio units. Maru only on 2-2. The Mass Marine. Missiles, they go off. Does dust the entire army. Tank shells do connect. Likewise, Maru able to make use of that air control. He's got the freedom. He has the liberation. GuMiho, instead, he has the man with gun. He has the mass man with gun. And again, 3-3 is still on the way for Maru. Still not done. GuMiho once again going for a massive Dune drop. Turrets, they weren't rebuilt. Uh-oh. Yeah, the turrets said not rebuilt. They're still on the way. GuMiho boosting in. Going straight for the main. Maru's somewhat in position, but again, he's still down in upgrades. Yeah, Marines, they shut down the bio. Nice stable though. Nice stable on the tanks. GuMiho pushing in towards the planetary. Maru once again pulled out of position. Yeah, GuMiho, he does fall for the mineral line. SCV's going to be going down the planetary as well. And Maru, he can't keep up. Not like this. Not like this. The tanks are exposed. They're on their own. Forcing friendly fire. More tanks falling. Another CC goes down. And everything's flashing red. Everything's on fire. Maru, he's down to 3 bases. Down to 44 SCVs. That's what, a 2-base economy, if that. This is not GuMiho. It's GuMiGod, Papi. Let's go. And behind this, GuMiho has been happily mining. He's actually already mining out his gold. Taking more bases. GuMiho has a massive bank to work with. Finally, we have Maru catching up in those upgrades. And again, going into that Raven heavy style, it wasn't quite worth it in the end. Or I should say he was abused because of his lower tank count, lower marine count. GuMiho's hyper aggression did pay off. Just making sure the tank count stayed low. And it's all or nothing for Maru. And again, he does have an efficient army. He has 7 ravens. 7 ravens. He has liberators. The composition itself is greater. It's a better composition, but the size is not there, right? The economy isn't there. Maru, he just can't afford to max out. Takes down a CC. Takes down some free tanks. Like, again, he's trading very efficiently. But at the same time, GuMiho just ignores it. He just ignores it, just goes across the map. He stims in. Going for more SCVs, going for more bases. Another CC goes down. And GuMiho, he just keeps going. He just ignores the army. He's like, you know what? This army's pretty impressive. I would just ignore it. I would just let you do your thing. I would just go across the map. Let's go. Just goes to the base trade instead. Rallies everything across the map. And Maru's army's just slower. It's just a slower army. Tanks are exposed. More boys going down. GuMiho making his way towards the main. And there is 1 tank on the high ground. There's 1 tank in the main base to Maru. Likewise, GuMiho trying to set up in his own main as well. Mass Raven is coming in so we can disable those tanks. And GuMiho has more bases. The thing is that he still has mining, he still has an economy. There's so many bases here for GuMiho. He throws down more factories. Likewise, sims in, takes out one of the tanks. There's still 2 more tanks left. Oh, can he get them? He can. Barely. Takes down both tanks. And GuMiho, he has broken the main. And Maru, he's running out of buildings. Maru pushing further into the main, though. GuMiho is pinned back. He's penned in. Likewise, Maru going for the Great Migration. Floating on over. And GuMiho, what's scary here, in a head-on fight, Maru still wins. Maru, he still will win the head-on fight. GuMiho, he needs his production. He needs to spend his money. GuMiho, he has all this mining, he has all these resources, but he has to actually do something with it. So the production is getting back up and running. We have to spend that money, make more tanks, make more marines. He's got 5 starports on the way. I do like the idea of going Mass Viking. But he's on a timer because here comes Maru. Maru, he's being revealed. He does lose all of his command centers. Maru pushing in. We need those Vikings. We need them. Where are they? See, making 6 Vikings at a time. Okay, there are a couple of starports left in the main. A couple of starports left over. Turrets being thrown down. Maru moving in. Maru down to 0 SCVs. And he's encroaching upon the production. He's almost there. Going for the planetary. GuMiho racing back home. GuMiho down to 1 mining base. Planetary falls. Okay, GuMiho, he's supply blocked! No, he's supply blocked! He can't make anything! No shot! CC top left. Ay, ay, ay. GuMiho's coming in. Again, nice disables. We can just disable every single tank. GuMiho, he goes for the dive. Oh, does get her in time. Saves one tank. Nice counter disable. He stims in. Goes to the stim. There's only one tank firing. Oh god, the bio army gets punished though. Marines get punished. He falls back to the turret. Falls back to the tanks. Another tank going down. GuMiho is down to 3 tanks. 3 tanks. 11 Marines. A couple of Vikings. Production's under fire. GG gets called though. Maru, he runs out of steam as you still have more production going in. GuMiho, he will tie up the series 1-1. Whew, GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. A very intense base trade, very intense back and forth. Again, GuMiho, he was doing a great job when it came to his economy, when it came to his counterattacks. Maru was building up a superior army, but alas, he was having a hard time maintaining his economy, so he was forced into the base trade. He was forced into the all-in. We committed to the base trade, but alas, we saw that GuMiho still had a massive bank to work with. Time was on his side, and Maru ran out of time. He ran out of time towards the end. GG, well played. With that, we are getting into the ace match. Let's go. We're getting into game 3. We're going to be loading into Ultra Love. Here we go. I remember when Maru was aggressive with Marines back in my old days. What do you mean? Aren't you like 12 years old? what are you talking about? Yo, when I was in the womb, I remember Maru playing with Marines. Oh no. God damn it. What are you talking about? Here we go. We're getting to our next game. We're getting into the ace match, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Vitality, being forced into the ace match. We'll see him bring back. It is Maru. Walking, spawning in the bottom left hand corner. We have his opponent. We have the red. Oh, let's go! We have the red Terran player. He's getting proxied. He's getting cheesed out. So we have the red Terran himself tying up the series, forcing the ace match. It is GuMiho. As now it's Maru's turn. Now, for those who weren't here last game, GuMiho did open up with a proxy 2x Reaper on Amygdala in the previous game. This time we do have Maru opening up with a proxy instead. Let's go. So Maru, he does go for the proxy 2x Reaper. Meanwhile, GuMiho double gas. Ooh. Double gas opener out of GuMiho. Double gas, what does that mean? That means a faster factory. That means a faster Hellion. GuMiho, he has the tools to defend, but it comes down to the execution, comes down to the control. So I do favor GuMiho coming into this, but we'll see what Maru can get done. We'll see what he can pick up. Let's go. Maru, he is going to poke in with the scouts. Ideally, with this, he confirms what's going on. Yeah, he will get eyes on the factory. He knows. So he's now aware of the faster factory. We'll see how Maru will approach this. More Reapers on the way. Reapers poke in. So far, he takes out one of the SCVs. GuMiho, he's aware. Again, he has to pull the boys here to protect that CC, to protect that factory, I should say. As the SCV is under fire, the factory is going to be delayed. Massive pickup. Delays the factory by a couple of seconds. Every second counts. Meanwhile, GuMiho chases down the first Reaper. Ooh, can he get it? Barely not. Does get away. Yeah, Maru, he pulls out, and GuMiho is chasing him all the way back. And this is buying time for the Hellion. Hellion is in production. GuMiho going for the 1-1-1, going for the starport. Okay, this is something you don't see too often. Reapers, they poke in, they confirm the starport. They attempt to delay. They get one, they get 2 SCVs. That's 3 SCVs going down in total. It's okay pickoffs here with the Hellion. GuMiho defense. GuMiho, he does hold. Maru back at home, he's trying to transition. Factory's on the way. Getting 4 Reapers into the main, not bad. Taking down those SCVs. Not bad. Takes down the workers, now up to 2 Hellions. Nice spread here from Maru. Does have a nice spread. Takes down one of the Hellions. Oh, barely not. Hellions pull back. Boys are being pulled to repair. Ooh, as Reapers, they almost line up. As GuMiho, he saves a Hellion once again. Oh my god, he's crazy. He saves a Hellion. Does lose a lot of mining time, that is true. He does bleed out 7 SCVs, but GuMiho does hold, and what's important here is the follow-up, going into Banshee play. Now, thankfully, Maru scouted. Maru, he's aware of the Banshees, he's aware of what's going on, and back at home, we should be cranking out those Vikings, I would imagine, or even Cyclones. Tech Lab's on the way. Tech Lab is on the way. GuMiho, he has a very delayed expansion. And GuMiho, he might just turn this into a one-base all-in. Banshee's on the way. Going for the Tech Lab. Okay, he's expanding. Okay, is going to expand, thankfully. We'll take his natural. And GuMiho shouldn't get much done. If GuMiho went unscouted, then the Banshee would have a lot of potential for damage. But last Maru, he saw everything. He should be ready across the map. Cyclones on the way, Vikings on the way. This is at least forcing a reaction out of Maru. As GuMiho is going for the building SCV. Does get it. And he trades against the Cyclone. He will lose the Banshee. Brutal pickup. Ay, ay, ay. An expensive loss there for GuMiho. And Maru holds. Maru holds. We have GuMiho double expanding. So is Maru. Again, both players, they know that they have really rough timing for their CCs, so faster bases. And despite the chaotic start to the game, we might just slow things down. And we might just end up in another late game scenario. They say it's happening again. I can feel it, yeah. Not again, Pappy, not again. As Reaper pokes in, gets eyes on the main base setup. As both players are building up towards their Ravens. Getting everything back up and running. Oh. Okay, we're calming down. Calming things down. We have confirmation, no mech here out of Maru, thank god. We did see that in game 1, but here more racks is being thrown down. Stim is on the way, embracing a bio setup instead. GuMiho is yet to really commit to either direction. Maru goes in to scout what's going on. Nothing to see. I would say this is indicative here of extra factories. We'll keep an eye on those workers though. GuMiho is pushing out early on. Does move out. Yep, extra factories are on the way. The lack of stim at this point in the game was a tell, so we are making it up. GuMiho going to mech. Maru going to biotank. GuMiho, he does break out, just gaining map control. Nothing major. Scan does reveal all the factories, so Maru knows. Maru is aware. Likewise, Scan also getting eyes on Maru's army as well. GuMiho tempted to go in. Tank does siege. Gets an SCV. Clutch on siege as well. Whew. Does on siege in time, does pull away. If he stuck around too long, he would have been disabled. He would have lost the tank. So GuMiho, he gets the hell out of there. Does pull away. Likewise, Maru just getting into 1-1 upgrades. Concussive Shell. Third CC now being taken. Now, the map itself here is quite turtly. Welcome one and all to Ultra Love. Ultra Love is a small map, so rotations are actually quite fast on this map, but there are a lot of defensive locations like these ramps and like these choke points. As a result, we have seen many a late game here on Ultra Love in TVT. We've seen many a 45+ minute game, so we could end up there as well. Again, if we do, I do favor GuMiho going into mech, as long as he can secure himself. I'm referring, you know, turret lines and setups here for drop play. Already has the Vikings in production. Oh. Likewise, GuMiho going for auto turret harass. Not bad. Taking down a good chunk of SCVs. 12 in total. Sorry, 13 in total. GuMiho bleeds out a couple of Hellions. Runs into the main army. GuMiho setting up back at home. The army sizes are quite comparable. GuMiho has got 7 tanks. Jesus. He has 7 tanks. He has more Ravens. But he's down in his Marines. It's a very low buy account. As, of course, he's playing mech. Pushing forward. There's no way in here. Yeah, there's no way to break this position. Maru playing with fire. He's going for the dive. He's going for it. And the Ravens get disabled. Oh god, the Ravens get disabled. And with that, GuMiho, he should hold on here. The tank line is solid. And Maru, he will lose every Raven. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, Maru, he was late to pull the trigger. It was crazy to commit. Basically, the goal there for Maru was to disable the tanks, but instead he got disabled first. Like, every Raven got disabled. And GuMiho, he takes the fight, takes momentum, moving out. He's got his mass tank. And Maru, he's in a world of hurt here. Back at home, there's nothing here to defend. GuMiho, he does siege within range. SCVs have to get the hell out of here. Maru going for the counterattack. Very ByuN-esque. Oh, as the CC's on fire. Maru pushing in. GuMiho out of position. Maru, he's going straight for the natural. Straight for the main. Oh, there are tanks. There are tanks in the main base. He does pick up a couple of SCVs. But the army does race back home. And Maru, he will lose everything here, and this was not quite worth it. He did drag the army home, that is true. But Maru, he plummets in supply. He plummets in supply against a mech army. Like that, oh god. That is terrifying. And again, Maru, he misjudged the fight earlier. It was not the play. And GuMiho is snowballing from here. He's just snowballing out of control. Once again, Maru, he's hoping for these counterattacks. He is scanned. GuMiho, he is aware. He doesn't care. He just keeps on pushing anyway. He knows he's so close to just killing Maru. He's close to the kill. Boys being pulled into Hellbats. Oh god, the SCVs are going to be going down. The CC as well. And Maru, he has to go for the base trade, but he's so late to the base trade. And even then, things are looking bleak here for Maru. He sims in. Denies the CC. GuMiho pushing forward. As SCVs are going down to the Liberator. Maru boosting into the main. Oh god, god. But there are tanks waiting for him. Yeah, there's the army, the tanks, the Hellions. And the Doom Drop does not cut it. And GuMiho holds. GG gets called, and GuMiho, he will take the series 2-1, advancing on to Group Stage 2 of GSL. GG. GG, well played. GuMiho showcasing his prowess here in TVT. And again, there's a reason why Clem doesn't play TVT anymore. He's had enough of this. He was bullied out, but amongst the Korean Terrans, they still do embrace it, of course, and GuMiho, he does take the win here. Very impressive play. And likewise, we have both ByuN and GuMiho making it on into the GSL Group Stage 2. GG. GG, well played, went all the way to the ace match. Again, when it came to this game, a lot of it came down to the initial assault from Maru. As a reminder, Maru, he did see the siege line. He did decide to commit. He decided to try to push in with his Ravens, and it all came down to the to the disables. It all came down to the defense matrix. Just winding back as a reminder, when it came to that fight, Maru, his goal there was to disable the tanks, but he got disabled first. All of his Ravens got disabled, and he committed stimming into a siege line. He lost everything. He lost everything then and there. The bio, the tanks, his Ravens as well. GG. GG, well played. One bad fight is all it takes, and with that, GuMiho does take it, and now we have our next mirror matchup. Oh boy, we have our next PvP. It's actually going to be a rematch from earlier in the qualifier. Up next, we have herO versus Classic. We actually did cover this. We actually casted their first series earlier this morning, where Classic did defeat herO 2-1, and Classic qualified for GSL over herO. And now they face off in a rematch. And again, they're both in GSL. herO took down Shin to qualify for GSL. But herO and Classic, they're fighting for that better seed. They're fighting to skip the first round and go straight into Group Stage 2. Oh boy. Here we go. GuMiho got Maru's number the past couple of years. Kind of. I mean, if you recall, Maru did actually defeat GuMiho. It was at EWC, right? Where they faced off. And I want to say at Home Story Cup? No. EWC. If I recall correctly. I remember GuMiho, he had an interview about it. I might be thinking of a different offline event. But it did happen last year. Oh no, was it Masters Coliseum? It was. Sorry, yeah, it was at Home Story Cup, and it was at Masters Coliseum. That's it. Where GuMiho actually did beat Maru. There you go. It was Stars War 11. That's the interview, of course. Stars War 11. That was last year where Maru defeated GuMiho. It was in Stars War 11 where GuMiho, he was actually interviewed about it. I think he himself was like, yeah, I'm not feeling too good. like Maru's, like, my TVT is good, but Maru's crazy, and then. Yeah, that's when Maru beat him. That was at the that offline event in China. That was last year. Oh my god. But meanwhile, here we go. We are settling into our PvP and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ley Lines. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing his new team, representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing his new team, his opponent's old team actually, representing Twisted Minds. It is herO. As herO sets up with a proxy pylon. Let's go. Now, based on this pylon location, it's either a fake proxy pylon or it is a proxy Stargate out of herO. The pro believes fake. So it's going to be a fake proxy here. herO, he does make it seem like he is committing to a proxy, and we'll see if Classic does overreact. For now, double gate opener out of Classic, double gate opener out of herO. So far, mirrored builds outside of the location of the pylon. So here we go. We are going to be settling in. I think GuMiho won HSC. Yes. He did win HSC. I was referring to the Stars War 11 match. Stars War 11. But GuMiho did defeat Maru at Home Story Cup, which we also casted, by the way. I remember we were the B stream for Home Story Cup. Did cover GuMiho bringing him down. I would say it's less GuMiho having Maru's number and just GuMiho just being more of a TVT specialist. Like, I would say the same about reYoung. Like, I would say that reYoung has better TVT than almost everyone in the world, actually. I would say that. I would say that between like reYoung and GuMiho, I would say they probably have the best TVTs amongst them. Better than herO, better than ByuN, better than Maru. Like, they're insane. If you remember, that was also proven during WTL, where when Team Vitality went up against Team Liquid, when it comes to sniping Clem, they did not use Maru to snipe Clem, they used reYoung. Like, reYoung, he was the Clem crusher. It was crazy. Time and time again. The Tuna Terran. The TVT coach. So now we do see Classic dancing with the army. Does shut him down. Classic did open up Robo, so my apologies. I should focus on the game itself. We did have a Robo opener out of Classic. This is a response to the proxy. Classic did not find the proxy pylon, so he responds with a Robo. Very safe setup here from here expanding. He is of course aware that herO did expand, so herO did expand. Classic knows it's not an all-in, and now it's time to turn that defense into an offense with the Adeptus across the map. herO opening up Void Ray. Wait, what? Void Ray opener out of herO. Oracle into Void Ray, very interesting. Void Rays are very niche in PvP. They're often used to defend against all-ins. herO, he scouted the expansion. The Void Rays are, I mean, the Void Ray can shut down the Prism at least, I suppose. Interesting. Oracle is zoned away. LFC poke in. Shading into the main. Does shade in, gets 1, 2, 3 probe kills already. Not bad. Oh god, this is getting out of hand. Getting 3, 4, up to 5 probes. Jesus, up to 7. 7 workers going down in total. Very nice damage here by Classic. Likewise, herO breaking out. So he's got the random Void Ray with his army, I suppose. True. I guess. Oracle breaks in. Takes down 2 workers. herO moving out, and we'll see what he can achieve with this. Again, like the Void Ray is just going to be a weird addition to this army. I guess it can help support, but at the same time, Void Rays do not scale well into a longer game. herO trying to chase him down. Sorry, Classic trying to chase him down. It's being active. From here, herO going into charge as the opener, as the take of choice. This does stream 2 base all in. Might get a 3rd base just for mineral income. But even then, Classic's already pushing forward. No shield batteries, by the way. Jesus, no shield batteries. No defensive setup. Force Fields, they buy some time. Double Oracle into the natural. They can one-shot probes. There are plenty of Stalkers though in the Oracles. They get shut down. Nice defense here by Classic. Classic is moving in. Takes down the pylon. Boys are being pulled. Nice force fields locking down the probes. And probes being locked down. Starter steps in. Does focus on the Void Ray. And with that, Classic overwhelms. There's nothing here. There's a handful of Stalkers. No shield battery against Immortals. What can they do? Nothing. As Classic, he shuts down all the Stalkers. Takes out all the probes. Nice control. Nice juggling. Warping in the face of his opponent. Saves the Immortals once again. Oh my god, the juggling. He saves them. You can see the charges, they tank a lot of shots. But here he will lose control of that natural. Down to 2 sentries, down to 1. Likewise, reinforcements have arrived. Does commit. Cleans up the Zealous, take down the Phoenix. And there's nothing left. There's just nothing here. GG gets called. Classic does overwhelm, and Classic takes game number 1. Whew, GG. Again, Classic, he has been on fire. Classic, he actually qualified for GSL over herO. Did already bring him down previously. And herO having a rough start to the game. But this was a really awkward game, I'll be honest. Like, it was a fake proxy pylon into Stargate, into Void Ray, into charge on 2 bases. Like, it was crazy. It was a very awkward build, an awkward setup there from herO, and none of it really came together in the end. And with that, Classic was able to overwhelm. Now we're jumping into game number 2. Again, herO, he can be quite flexible in his play. Sometimes he can be too flexible. Sometimes, Pappy, we're overcooking. Whatever's here. Overcooked, Pappy. Just calm down. Calm down. He's crazy. As we're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing his new team, Virtus Pro, leading the series 1-0. It is a Classic. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as winner, we have the Red Protoss player, the Red Protoss player himself, representing Twisted Minds. It is herO. Here we go. That's catching up. See, the power of the chin toss. Crazy, crazy. I also gave up on TVT. It's fair enough. It's fair. Mirror matchups can be quite unforgiving. They can be quite brutal. Whether it's TVT, ZVZ, PvP as well. I feel like a lot of people do avoid that. I think an example of that is like Clem, he gave up on TVT. That is true. If you remember, for a time, Reynor also gave up on ZVZ, right? Where he switched to Protoss as well. It's not uncommon for some of the pro players to avoid the mirror matchup and to play a different race. Not from other Protoss players though. They that's true. They still commit to the PvP. For now, very greedy build. Gate expand. I shouldn't gloss over this, but gate expand out of herO, the greediest opener that you can go for. By the way, hyper greed out of herO, classic. He has to respond. He has to react. He's setting up for an all-in, 100%. Show us the pylon. Show us what you got. Again, herO, he's asking to be all-in at this point. As we're keeping an eye on this probe, back at him, 2-gate opener. Cybercore is on the way. And we are looking for that pylon. Classic, show us what you got. Never mind, coming in for the scout. Third pylon, no proxy. Okay. Let's go. herO, he goes to the greediest build possible, and Classic, he is aware of it, and Classic, he does not respond with an all-in. Classic, he expands himself. Bold move. Classic, he will embrace the game. He will go into a longer game state to take his own natural. And herO gets away with the greed. At least for now. I say at least for now. Classic, he opens up double adept into a third and fourth adept. The goal here is economic damage. So herO, he might have a faster base, he might have a better economy, but it's going to be on Classic to punish that and to try to recover by killing workers. As Classic, he has a much later expansion. Again, Classic, he just started the natural. herO is already done. Here, his base is already complete, already has a 3-worker lead, and that lead is going to extend even further. Like, there's so much pressure on Classic here. Again, he chose not to all in, so now he has to deal with the consequences. Now he has to deal with this and try to make these adepts worth it. Oh, Shades in, gets one. Takes down a couple of workers, but the force fields are solid. Oh my god, herO. Calm down. herO, he locks down the adept. Very nice defense. Locks Classic down. 2 more adepts rocking up. Shading into the bases. herO, he does respond. Does react. Classic commits, he gets 1. Takes down 2. Getting up to 3, not bad. 3 workers do get picked up. And you can see the worker count is evening up. In total, Classic has killed 6 probes. Does get 6 worker kills. And from here, Classic, he finishes up his own natural, and he is evening up that probe count. Now, the downside, of course, is that Classic, he had to spend his army to do this, and as a result, here, his stalker count is getting higher and higher. So here, he has a larger army here to work with, a larger stalker force. Classic moving out with more adepts. herO pushing in towards top side. Does move in. Both players working towards Blink. I just realized this is GSL. What do you... It's... The logos are all over the place, Pappy. Aye. Yes, these are the GSL qualifiers. That is what this is. So now both... Oh my god, great minds think alike. Both players going to Blink, both players going into DTs as well. Dark Shrine on the way for herO, Dark Shrine on the way for Classic. We're going for the Dark Templar. Here we go. Classic just securing himself. Dark Templar are warping in. Now we have a really interesting game state here where we have a robo for herO. So the DT is revealed. Actually, sorry, that's herO's Dark Templar moving out. Robo's on the way for detection. Classic, he has no robo. Uh-oh. herO, he has detection on the way. He does fully wall up. Yeah, nice Soldiers Micro, does force field. Here, he will shut down, or he will delay these initial DTs. And Classic, he has nothing. No shot. Classic has nothing back at home. Nice force field. Does wall up. Again, Observer's on the way. He needs a little bit more time. And here he gets across the map. He gets across the map. He slips into the bases. Probe's going to be going down, and there is nothing to detect. There's nothing. Is that just game? No. There's nothing here. No Observer, no cannons, no Oracle, no nothing. DT's, there's zero economy, there's no mining. DT's just racing on over. At the same time, Classic is all in. Classic is all in. He has to end the game with this push, but there's defensive DTs. And defensive Dark Templars. DT's are just getting free damage here on the army. Boys are being pulled. herO just has to make a stand, and he is. You know, Soldiers, they blink over. Once again, Immortal's on the way. Classic picking up whatever he can. You know, rocking with his own Dark Templar. Let's go. But Classic is running out of Stalkers. Running out of Stalkers, and again, across the map, he does have a cannon. Okay, does have a cannon back at home. But he's out to 26 probes. Again, barely an economy. herO, he holds. He's on 3 bases, on 39 workers. GG gets called. herO defends. And we are going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We are going to the ace match. Again, Classic had 0 detection. I guess he had a cannon at a base, but that, I mean, he had already sustained so much more damage. He was down heavily in economy. He had lost his army. Classic was completely all in. GG. The Invisible Man just proves a little bit too great from the side of herO. And now we're going to the ace match. Let's go. We're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game 3, and we'll see how this story ends. Which of these 2 players will make it into Group Stage 2 of GSL? Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing his new team, Virtus Pro. It is Classic. And spawning in the right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player from South Korea representing Twisted Minds. It is herO. As we are setting up on the high ground, both players have their pylons on location. They are looking to get their gateway, their cybercore, their nexus up and running. This is the beginning of Phoenix Wars. This typically leads into Stargate openers and into Phoenixes and into Phoenix Wars. Typically, we could see one of these players try to deviate and try to transition into Blink Stalkers and try to head in a different direction, but we'll see. We shall see. So players are moving out. We have our gateway on the low ground. Looking to get into a cybercore. Both players are going to delay their expansions. Now, the reason why we do expect Phoenix Wars here is that both players should be pylon blocking. And if both players pylon block, they force out the Cybercore, they force out a Zealot, and they force out a Stargate. Just because the expansion would otherwise be so delayed and it would take too long to deal with this, you have to spend your money somewhere. Oh my god, as a Classic out of position. Yeah, Classic, he fails to pylon block. Nexus is on the way, and herO, he will get away with a better economy. So Classic does slip up. Meanwhile, back at home, Classic, he needs his own Nexus, but again, herO, he's here to deny. And with this herO, we might still have Phoenix Wars, we might still go into a Stargate. Otherwise, herO has the option to go into a Twilight Council. As there we go, Nexus is now being thrown down. And do we go for the Stargate? There it is, Stargate for Classic. herO, what do we go for? Do we still go for said Stargate? You can see Classic is checking. Is checking. herO, he is aware of the Stargate opener of his opponent. If herO goes for a Stargate, it's honestly quite late. It might just be too late at this point. Oh, wait, he's crazy! He cancels! Yo, one base all in. Let's go. herO. He responds with the proxy, cancels the base, throws down a bunch of gateways, and he's turning this economic opener into a one base all in. Now this is wild. This is late, is what I'm concerned by. This is a very late all in because the proxy is delayed because we were faking out a Nexus, so this is gonna hit later than usual. Shield battery? Okay. Okay, let's go. Going for the proxy shield battery across the map, and we'll see if Classic and pieces all together. Let's go. Classic going for the Oracle. He will soon find out that there's no Nexus, but by the time he does, it might be too late. Again, Classic, remember, he's investing into his own economy, into his base count. He does find this. Yeah, massive scout. Massive scout. He finds the shield batteries, the pylons, the proxy. Void Ray has begun. A big scout hit for Classic. And again, this hits so late. Like, there's already a shield battery. Void Ray is halfway done. Oracle hits the main, going for the Stasis. Oh no, going for the Pulsar Beam. Focusing down that shield battery. Stalker's now warping in. He's got 4 Stalkers with him. Takes down the first Stalker. Nice pick off here by herO. herO popping up. Takes down the Stalker. He pulls back to be topped up by that shield battery. Now moving in. But the Void Ray has arrived, and the Void Ray has shield battery support. And can he break that Void Ray? Does sustain some hull damage. I mean, that is a lot of Stalkers. It should be enough. Takes down the pylon. Again, he's being choked up though. There's just so little room to work with here. Instead, going for the Stargate. Nice force fields, very nice force fields. Stargate is going to go down. Only one Void Ray to defend. And here he just wants to move in. He just wants to send it. Oh my god. As this one Void Ray just won't go down. It still stands strong. Takes down the wall once again. The wall goes down. Stutter steps in. Takes down a Stalker. Bleeds out another Stalker himself. And here bleeding out 7 Stalkers already. Down to 5. Down to 5. Down to 4. Only 4 Stalkers, and there are so many shield batteries here. And Classic with the one Void Ray defense. He's holding. No shot. One Void Ray is all you need, Baki. Oh my god. Who needs 2, 3 Void Rays? Nah. Just one. One Void Ray and like 10 shield batteries, to be fair. But he's holding. He's crazy. Does hold it. I mean, also a shout out to the force fields. Like, force fields were amazing to be able to lock down the army, to cut it in half. Picking off a Stalker at a time, and here he's running out of steam. He's running out of steam, he's running out of units, running out of resources. Classic is on a 2-base economy, or at least soon to be. He has better income. And the power of the one Void Ray defense. Oh my god. He's cracked back. He is cracked. GG gets called. Classic, he will hold, he will defend, and Classic will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the group stage 2 of GSL. GG. That was wild. that was actually crazy. For herO to cancel the natural, to go for a 1-base all-in, but a delayed 1-base all-in as well. More importantly, Classic scattered. Remember, Classic, he was able to find the proxy location, he was able to respond with his Void Ray, and again, apparently one Void Ray is all that he needs, and with that, Classic, he will claim the series, he will take down herO, and make it through into Group Stage 2. GG. GG, well played. Very nicely done there by Classic. Able to hold, able to defend, able to survive, and able to overwhelm. And with that, that leads us into our final best of 3 of the broadcast. Let's go. The final best of 3. Now, herO has another chance. herO, he's going to be knocked down. He's going to be knocked down to face off against his next opponent. Up next, it's going to be a PVZ. A PVZ here between herO and Reynor. Let's go. Reynor, he has been waiting for the loser of that series, waiting for the loser of herO and Classic. It was going to be a Protoss opponent one way or another. We now have confirmation. It is going to be herO. Oh boy. And I think Reynor said himself that herO is usually his kryptonite. Like, herO, he has a very strong record historically against Reynor. But it's a new season, it's a new patch, it's a new map pool as well. It's a new Reynor. You know, he has been lost in the Rift for 6 months, and now he's out of the Rift. What's he looking like? It's looking pretty good. How does he compare, though? How does he compare to herO? Let's find out. Let us find out as we are jumping into game 1, jumping into ley lines. Let's go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner here of ley lines, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Twisted Minds. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Italian Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Reynor. 1 Void Ray greater than 2,200 resources, 100%, mate. You see that? The 1 Chad Void Ray. That was insane. Again, to be fair, like there was like, I say 10, there was like 7 shield batteries underneath it. And again, the force fields. The force fields were on point for Classic to be able to slice up the army, force field the ramp, and delay any reinforcements and kind of lock herO in. So there was some other, of course, great micro there out of Classic. But overall, it was the herO Void Ray. I mean, it's insane. And from there, we're settling into our final best of 3 of the broadcast. Again, herO and Reynor, they are both in GSL, so don't fret. Regardless of who loses the series, they are both still in GSL. They both qualified, but this is about skipping around. This is about skipping the initial group stage and going straight and being seeded into group stage 2. Who's it going to be? Who is it going to be? So now we have our hatch gas pool here by Reynor. Does open up hatch gas pool. Likewise, herO opening up gate cyber expand. Okay, interesting. We have seen this from herO before. Basically, he's going for a delayed expansion in favor of faster adept for some faster aggression. And we'll see if herO can pull Reynor apart early on. Let's go. As herO does skirt around the edge of the map. Coming in for a scout. Also, Estebanio in the chat. Good to see you. Good to see you. As we have our tech of choice, going for a Stargate opener. Again, standard opener out of herO when it comes to its tech of choice. But again, we have the earlier adept moving out across the map. Second adept is on the way. And we'll see if Reynor can keep up. As again, this is quite a challenge already here in the qualifiers, as herO has arguably, I would say that herO has the best PvZ in the world. I think I would rate Max higher when it comes to his PvT, I think, but I don't know if I can say that with confidence anymore. Like in recent online tournaments and in recent performances with herO and Clem, like herO has also been, I mean, he's been improving a lot over the past 6 months. Like during the off season, like herO has been definitely leveling up. I know that Yaku would say that herO is the best player in Korea right now, even greater than Maru. And I can't contest against that yet. Like we still have to wait to see how Maru performs in GSL. Just because Maru's been so inactive. So it's like hard to compare. But here we go. So far, herO shading in. Takes down the initial drones. 1, 2 drones going down, but nice around. And Reynor, he will shut this down. He will clean this up. Better trade for Reynor. 2 adepts to 2 drones. Ideally, you do want more damage than that. So with that Reynor, he does gain map control. He moves out. herO is keeping up. Behind this, going for a second Oracle, throwing down his 3rd Nexus, and building up towards the mid game. Meanwhile, Reynor, he's here to delay that Nexus. Yeah, Reynor, he has arrived. The second Oracle does swap out just in time. It's going to be close, though. Oh, we'll save it. Oh, will he, though? As he should save the Nexus, but he does take a lot of hits, and he's going to be forced to cancel. Massive pick off. Big denial here on the 3rd. A nice pick off there by Reynor. Again, herO, he was playing game with Chicken. He did not activate the Pulsar Beam, and he get punished for it. Does get punished for it. He is punished for it in the end. With that, Reynor with a very nice start, delaying the 3rd, shutting down the adepts. Bearing in mind that, remember, here he delayed his Nexus for that faster adept as well. and here is going for the earlier Twilight Council. Now, this could be one of two things. If this was any other player, I would say most likely Glaive Adepts. Because it's herO, this can be early Blink. So there's two options. Regardless of the option, this is a delayed Forge. Delayed Forge, delayed upgrades, delayed +1. So we'll see if it's going to be Glaives or Blink, one or the other. As Oracles, they get behind the mineral line. Early Eva Chamber on the way. Reynor going to +1 melee. Oracle takes a lot of hits. Reynor so far looking good. Looking solid. Stasis Trap is going to be shut down. Ooh. Takes down one queen. Just the one. Going for another Stasis. Again, no major connections. Behind this, we have our take-up choice. It is, in fact, going to be Blink. As you mentioned, if it was any other player, I would take Glaives. If it's herO, Blink is more likely. And we'll see what herO can get done. What early Blink does entail is that it means if Reynor were to go for like a German Taxi or a Roach Queen all-in or a Link Queen all-in, then Blink will be done in time to defend against it. But that's not really happening here. Reynor, he's building up towards +1 melee into a heavy Link composition, into Link Roach, into Link Hydra. So Reynor, he's building up towards a longer game. And because of that, this early Blink needs to get more damage done early on. Like herO, he's going to be hyper aggressive early on. He has to get some value here. Otherwise, he will fall behind. This could also lead into an all-in. But herO is taking his gases. Does take his gases. Oracle pulls away. Adepts are denied. And so far, Reynor, he's keeping up. It's keeping up quite well. Reynor looking good. Because the gas have been taken, this does lead into further tech, either Colossus or Storm. We have the answer. Temple Archives into Storm. From here, herO should be expanding, getting a 4th base. Warping in more Stalkers. And as a reminder, because of the early Blink, herO, he has to be active with this army. He has to get some value. He has to take down Overlords, catch Queens, pick off Lings, and ideally deny some of these expansions. As herO moves out, Reynor moving in. And here he's rushing into Tempest. Oh god. Fleet Beacon's on the way. Lings, they collapse on the army. At the same time, Lings, they bust into the mineral line. Ooh, late reaction there by herO. 9 probes go down. Brutal damage already. This is getting intense. Is getting insane. Adepts, they do shade into the mineral line. A couple of drones going to be going down. But overall, Reynor, he holds. Reynor, he holds, he defends. He protects the base, he counterattacks. But herO is rushing into further tech. That is terrifying. He's rushing into Skytoss. Picks off another 7 drones. Oh, but herO gets caught out. I will punish some of these things, but only some though. Yeah, Stalkers get surrounded. herO bleeding out a lot of Stalkers. As you mentioned, a Link heavy style like this going into Link Hydra is ideal, and we just see Reynor is going for the all-in. He's going for the all-in. He's going to try to break herO here and now. Do you have Overlord speed on the way? Plus, we have Hydra range, Hydra speed. Massing out more Lings. Oh, never mind. When I saw Overlord speed, I assumed that we would be committing here with the Queens as well, but that is not true. We're droning, we're teching into Lurkers. Never mind. This is actually better for herO. So I thought that Reynor would double down. He isn't. Reynor, he's teching, he's droning up. We'll see if he drones up even further than that. But if Reynor goes for a longer game state, then herO, he will get away with the Tempest. Like, Reynor's on a timer. He doesn't know he's on a timer, but he is on one. Lings, they come in for the surround, and they will knock down the expansion. And they're the Dropper Lords. So that's what I was waiting for. I expected with Overlord speed that we were going for like a Queen drop across the map alongside this. Looks like we are. Okay. I'm not crazy. Nice revelation though. Revelation of the Dropper Lords. Here he will delay the push. Likewise gonna get surrounded though. He's also being shut down. But upon seeing these Drop Lords, here he should be walling up. And there we go. Cannons are on the way. Storm is done. But Reynor still has momentum. Like, Reynor, he still has a lead. But he is droning, at least somewhat. There we go. Loads up the Drop Lords. Warping in some lurkers. And again, because Reynor decides to push out with lurkers instead of pushing earlier with Ling, Hydra, Queen, it tells me that herO, he actually builds up his army. He builds up his wall, his cannons, his shield batteries. Tempests are amassing. How many Tempests do we have so far? 2. 2 Tempests, soon to be 4. And as the Tempest count gets higher, the Hydra, Ling, lurker becomes less effective. So Reynor, he has to end the game with this. He's pretty much all in. Even though he has lurker tech, no hive. Or no hive upgrades. As he's pushing forward, Ling's a poke in towards left-hand side, going for the cannons. herO is out of position. Yeah, herO out of position, the lurker's moving in. Ling's they overwhelm that expansion. But the lurkers, they run into the Tempest. Lings are being cleaned up. We got Dropper Lords into the main, but last herO, he does defend. He was ready for the Dropper Lords. Well, lurkers are getting into the mineral lines. But the cannons, they shut down the lurkers. Yeah, lurker goes down. And Reynor, he's running out of steam. Remember, this is an all-in. Reynor, he is stuck on lair tech. He did not take up. He did not drone. This is one big 3-base all-in, and herO, he shuts this down. Again, Reynor, he took too long. All the lurkers crumble. The entire army tumbles. And herO takes a massive lead. Takes a massive lead at the same time. Reynor, he does push into the mineral line. He's getting some economic damage. This is nice, but the army here of Reynor doesn't compare. It just does not compare. Not anymore. As now we have a Spire on the way. Remember, still no infestation, but still no hive, still no drones. Reynor cut works at 72. Now, he does kill some probes, and this will delay herO, but overall, as the armies are maxing, like herO, like, again, he just has a superior force. The soup does lie. One army is not quite like the other. Now, Reynor, he can still try to pull this off. If he can maybe sneak under a Tempest. Nah, not like this thing. If he can bypass the army. This time you can see herO, he splits up his forces. This time he's ready. Oh god, as Hydras, they run into the stasis. And Reynor's being outscaled. Oh, it does get under the Tempest though. Massive pickup. He gets one. Takes down one Tempest. Likewise, Ling drop into the main, but there's a cannon to defend. Oof. Hive just now begins at 12:30. Very late hive here for Reynor. And again, this means late hive upgrades, late Viper tech, late everything. And Reynor's in trouble. Is in trouble here. Now, the best that Reynor can hope for is to buy time. Now, best case scenario is herO moves out. As he moves out, Reynor goes in for a run by. There's nothing at home to defend, and herO is forced back home. Right? Moments like that. Moments like that to buy time. To allow Reynor to finish his hive, to allow Reynor to drone up and to further his army, right? That's the best that Reynor can hope for right now, is to buy time. You know, here's pushing. High Templar exposed. Takes down 2. Nice catch. Very nice catch. Takes down 2 High Templar. There are 7 more behind this. Now, I believe this is the entirety of herO's army, so this Ling run by has potential. There's not much of him to defend. You have a warp in, Archon gets surrounded, but there's some storms! Oh god, oh god. Yeah, the storms are brutal. Nice surround here on the High Templar once again. Reynor, some nice pickoffs here across the map, and he does force herO back home. Again, this is what Reynor needed. Yeah, messy defense or messy response here by herO. He leaves 2 Tempests behind. Reynor popping off. Takes down 2 Tempests, gets into the mineral line. Oh, it bleeds out a lot of Hydras. But again, he's buying time. And now what do we have? We have lurker upgrades. Lurker upgrades are on the way. Viper production has begun. Here come the lunkers. So that was like the best case scenario that Reynor could have hoped for. Like, that was it. That was solid. He has to do that again though. But the problem is, can we do that again? Aye. He's going for it. Here comes another Ling run by. And ideally, he wants to force herO back home. Lings, they bust in, they get a surround, gets an Archon. Ooh, Viper gets caught. herO, he will lose this expansion. At the same time, trading a base for a base. This base is more crucial for herO, though. Lings, they're going for another expansion. But here he has a warp in. This time he has a warp in, and Reynor, he's just going for the counterattack. He's going for the base trade. Again, Reynor, he cannot win a fight head on. As we mentioned before, herO, he has the superior army, so we're just going for the base trade. We ignore the army, and we send it. And I believe recall's on cooldown. Yeah, recall is on cooldown. The fourth base is going down. The main base is going down, and herO, he turns around. He's racing back home. In doing so, though, these bases are falling one after the other. herO, he defends the main. Uh-oh. He wants the army. He wants the lurkers. Vipers come in. Gets 2 abductions, only takes down 1 Tempest. herO, he doesn't have the Observer, he does have Oracles. Storm on the Hydras. Lings, they're deflected back at home. herO, he knocks down another expansion. Do we have a revelation? Oh, Storm popping off. Oracles are exposed. Where's that revelation? He does. Oh god, there it is, just barely. Does reveal, and yeah, GG gets called. Reynor, he has nothing left. He lost his bases, and remember, Reynor cannot fight this head on. GG, herO takes game 1. Whew. Oh my god. A very intense game there. GG, well played. Again, Reynor, initially he was completely all-in. The all-in failed. herO took a massive lead. But shout out to Reynor, because he should have been dead much earlier. But Reynor did an amazing job at buying time. Run by after run by, counterattack after counterattack. Again, Reynor, he understood he could not fight herO. He could not fight him head on. So just non-stop backstabs instead. That was the best we could have seen out of Reynor. And still, herO, he was able to fight back, defend back at home, and still find the fight he was looking for. GG. GG, well played. With that, herO, he will take a lead in the series. But still a very intense back and forth. Yo, shout out to Erebus Black in the chat. Gab, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. And welcome to the GSL Season 1 qualifiers. I do apologize for not giving you a shout out at the time of the raid. We were engrossed in the game. We were engrossed. But thank you. Thank you so much. As we are jumping into game number 2. Let's go. Jumping into game 2. And we'll see if Reynor can bounce back and bring this to the ace match. Again, it was an intense game 1. It was an intense game 1, and here we go. We're jumping into game number 2 and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss. Representing Twisted Minds, leading the series 1-0. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Italian Zerg player, the Blue Zerg. There we go. We have the Blue Zerg player from Basilisk. It is Reynor. Here we go. And again, we had an intense back and forth in that last game. Reynor, he was down and out, and Reynor, he clawed his way back in. He made a game out of it. It was still an uphill battle, and again, Reynor could still never fight herO head on, but he was able to, find damage nonetheless, cause a little chaos, make some or force some mistakes out of herO, and did make it as close as he could. But now we're getting into our next game. And again, it was a wild decision, winding it back a little bit further, it was a wild decision for herO to go and rush into Skytoss the way that he did. Honestly, it was a really good call, and it worked wonders for him. I mentioned at the time that if Reynor had hit before Lurkers, if he had gone for a Ling Hydra all-in instead, he most likely would have hit before the Tempest really got into high gear. But because Reynor went for a later timing and a later all-in, it did give herO more time to build up not just Tempest, but cannons, shield batteries, and Storm as well. Again, time was on herO's side. Meanwhile, this time, standard opener. Remember, last game, it was a Gate Cyber Expand. This time, Gate Expand Cyber Core. So this time, a much more standard economic opener out of herO. This time is not going to be rushing into the early Adept. This time is not going to be as aggressive or as intense early on. So we're calming down. We're settling in. We go. As here, he does open up Stargates back at home. We have our initial Stargate opener. To be expected, of course. And as a reminder, last game we saw Stargate open into a third base, into an early Blink build, into a Skytoss rush from the side of herO. Here we're loading into Amygdala, and this Skytoss rush that has been going for is not too standard, but it is something that we have seen from herO over the past couple of weeks. I say like the past 2 weeks. It is a build that herO has been mixing in and has been having success with. He did this against Shin as well. And I do think that it has a lot of strength, especially on Amygdala. Welcome to Amygdala. Amygdala is one of the larger maps in the map pool, has more defensive third and fourth bases, is easier to defend, is easier to turtle up on, and as a result would be easier to tech up into something like Skytoss. So we'll see if Reynor can break him before that can happen, assuming that we head in a similar direction. As herO does fall. Ooh, this does supply block Reynor, so a bit of a supply block early on. Third base now being taken from the side of herO. This time, Reynor is not set up to punish. Remember last game? Last game, Reynor, he actually had a really nice start, denying and canceling the initial Nexus. This time, the link hand is not there. The link hand is not there. This time here, he will safe and soundly be able to expand. Another reason for this, if you remember, because herO went for the earlier Cyber Core, he went for earlier Adept Aggression, he lost the Adepts, which means he lost the base. This time, the Adepts are back at home. This time, there was no early Adept Harass. Meanwhile, Gateway Explosion, early Twilight Council. Last game, this was early Blink. This time, do we go into early Glaives? Oh. Is it time to glaive it up? As Oracles, they will take down the initial drone. Not bad. Gets one, gets two. There it is. Glaive it up's on the way. So again, the build itself is actually, I'm pretty sure, very similar to the last game, except for the fact, of course, we're going for extra gateways, going for glaives instead of Blink Stalkers. With this is more committed, this is more aggressive, and ideally he wants to catch Reynor making links. As remember, last game, Reynor, he went purely Ling into Hydra, he skipped Roaches. Oracles poke in. This time, safety Roach Warren, thankfully. So safety Roach Warren out of Reynor, so he has the tools to defend. He also has some decent SimCity. With the SimCity, he can wall up. He can wall up here and deny shades into the natural. So Reynor, he has the tools to defend, but it all comes down to scouting. It all comes down to the reaction. The earlier he sees Adepts, the faster he can actually make Roaches. As Adepts are massing, we can see Reynor ready for his own Ling run by here at the third. Adepts are moving out. Lings are moving in. Reynor, he does hit the mineral line. herO, he pulls back into the pocket. Shield battery's almost done. Oracles will defend, and herO holds. herO, he defends, and back at home, there are not many Roaches. There's 3 Roaches on the way. Adepts are just now being revealed for the first time. They commit. They commit to the shade. They catch a queen. Lings try to engage. And so far, nice catting here from herO. Takes down one of the queens. And he can go for the other. Yeah, he can cancel the shade. Takes down the queen. Actually, he commits in. Commits into the natural. No major economic damage yet. Across the map, 5 probes that go down. Meanwhile, Reynor, he has yet to lose any drones. So far, decent defense. Shades into the main. Drones finally are going to be falling. In the blink of an eye, 5, 6 drone kills. And hero's not done. herO, he's not done. Not yet. Shades into the... Oh, no! Shades into the natural. And in an instant, 12-14. The mineral line goes down. 16 drone kills. Up until this moment, it was acceptable damage, but 18 drones go down. Not like this. Not like this, Happy. With that, Reynor's economy is crippled. herO takes a massive economic lead. 62 probes to 41 drones. And hero's not done. Hero's not done. He's moving out with another wave of mass adept. And again, Reynor, he was doing well. He was pulling away workers. He was maintaining his economy until that final moment, until that final shade into the natural. All it takes is one shade, and we're not done. Reynor's drone. No, he has nothing. Reynor, he has 8 roaches. Oh no. He has 8 roaches to defend, and he does cancel the shade. Thankfully, at Epso, they're knocking down the base. They force cancellations on those drones. The hatchery is going to go down, and he will kill the 4th. The 4th base goes down. Massive pickup. Oracles towards the natural. More roaches are amassing. Stasis goes off, catching the roaches. And here, where we're going from here. We can go back home. We can commit. We can try to shade towards the 3rd. Shading across. Doesn't commit. Pulls back. He pulls back home. Back at home, we're building up Blink Stalkers. I'm assuming. Yeah, Blink is done. Blink is done. +1 as well. Working towards charge. Templar Archives into Archon production into Storm. Oh, as this base is going to be denied. Yeah, so the Queens are coming. Actually, he might save it. True. Yeah, we'll save the base. Queens will zone away, thankfully. Queens are in position. Hero's being active. Here he rotates. He has a massive army. He's working with the adepts they were retained from the early game. So he's got his massive depth support. Stalkers pushing it as well. This base, it is denied. Didn't go down to the Oracles, goes down to the Stalkers instead. And Reynor is stuck on 3 bases. He's stuck on a 3-base economy against a 4-basing Protoss. Like here, he has so much momentum on his side. Momentum is insane. When it comes to the supplies, remember, roaches are inflated supplies, so it's really in favor of herO. The soup does lie. But Reynor, he's committing to Linkbane Roach Ravager. It's a very mid-tier composition, but it's very necessary. Very necessary in this kind of game state. He needs as much as he can get to survive to take this fight. herO dipping in. Charge is done. No Storm. Only Archons. Interesting. Wiles 8 graze the army. herO pushing in at the same time. Adepts 8 shading to the mineral line, but it's Linkbane. Yeah, Linkbane should clean this up. Massive connections. Adepts are going down, but what about the Roach Ravager? As Reynor, he defends on one end, but what about the other? As the hatchery's under fire. herO, he wants it. One more volley. Does get it as well. Takes down the hatchery. Reynor still on 3 bases. As herO, he's even expanding towards top left. Aye. Oh, sorry, just sneezed. I got not like this. But he is taking top left, so getting a 5th base. Reynor is keeping up. He's treading water. Keeping up with his Linkbane. Looking to knock down that expansion. From here, moving in. Once again, here he splits off his army. Once again, he wants that 4th. And that is hero's win condition. Time and time again, the 4th base is going down. Reynor just can never expand. He can never take a base. And Reynor's all in. At this point, Reynor, he is all in. Oh, no, he wants the 3rd. He's going to get it as well. Massive pick off. 3rd base goes down. Recalls back home. Just in time to defend. Suddenly, herO, he's in position. He's ready for this. And one way or another, the game ends. Either Reynor breaks herO now, he dies trying. Bailey's rolling in. Takes down the side defense. Boys are pulled away. Reynor deals with all the Zealots. Takes down all the Adepts as well. Only Stalker Archon. Piles are connecting. Probe's going to be going down. He's gaining ground here. Taking down the Archons. Not bad. He gets 1, 2, 3 Archons go down. And Reynor, he's going for it. He's going for the kill. This is his moment. Oh, nice catch. Takes down the Stalkers. Does take down some of the Stalkers. The economy is still booming here for herO. Zealots, they're coming from behind. Oh, the surround. They're coming from behind. GG gets called. Reynor, he gets called out. He will lose everything, and herO will take the series at 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. herO will claim it. herO will take the series, and herO will be seeded into Group Stage 2. GG, well played, congratulations. Shout out to Reynor, especially game one. Game one was very clutch. Game one definitely could have gone either way. There were strong moments for both players. Game one was very back and forth. Game two was more dominant for herO. The Glaive Adepts popped off. They just wreaked havoc. They almost ended the game on their by themselves on their own. The follow-up of the game still continued, but it was Reynor just treading water, just trying to keep his head above water more than anything, than really thriving in that game. GG, well played. herO does take it, and with that, that was our final series of tonight's broadcast. Let's catch up on our matches. Here we go. From the top, we have our qualified players. We have Cure. Cure took down Solar 2-1, and Solo took down Bunny 2-0. So Cure and Solar, they were the... Actually, you know what? This will make a little bit more sense. If you weren't here this morning, I do recommend the VODs, do recommend them, but this morning we were casting the first half of the qualifiers. We had GuMiho, herO, Maru, Classic, Reynor, and ByuN qualify for GSL. Likewise, Cure and Solar alongside them. When it comes to the bottom half of these matches, these were seeding matches. These players had already qualified for GSL. They already made it through. We already covered their matches. But here they were playing for a better seed to skip the first round and to go straight into Group Stage 2. So ByuN, he skips the first round, takes down GuMiho 2-1. GuMiho takes down Maru 2-1. GuMiho also skips the first round, also seeded further into the tournament. Classic takes down herO, and herO takes down Reynor. So ByuN, GuMiho, Classic, and herO all seeded further into the tournament. Meanwhile, Reynor alongside Maru will still be playing just in the regular GSL season in the first round. With that, GG, well played. Now we still have a couple of qualifying matches left, and that we are going to be covering tomorrow morning. Going to be covering that tomorrow morning here. That is the plan when it comes to our schedule. Bam, as you can see here, we have our weekly schedule. We just wrapped up with our Tuesday evening broadcast. You can see here on Tuesday on our schedule, 2 slots of GSL. We just wrapped up. We had the morning broadcast, and this was the evening broadcast of GSL qualifiers. We just wrapped up. If you missed out on the first round of qualifiers, I recommend the VODs on YouTube. There were some fun matches, really intense games. I do recommend it. Tomorrow, we're going to be live with the Pigasaur Weekly. I say that the Pigasaur Monday has been turned into the Pigasaur Tuesday on a Wednesday. It makes sense, don't worry about it. But yes, we have the Pigasaur Weekly tomorrow. That is going to be at 9 AM KST. That is at 10 AM AST. That is in 10 hours. In 10 hours time, we are live with our own, with the Pigasaur Weekly. We're going to be live. And there is one last minute change to our schedule. One last minute change. As you can see, originally we were going to be casting the finale of the GSL qualifiers Thursday. You can see there on Thursday morning. That is not the case. Not anymore. I didn't realize how quickly GSL was starting. GSL Season 1, the group stage, starts tomorrow evening. It starts in less than 24 hours. So I didn't realize how quickly it was beginning. So I feel a little bit rushed to finish up the qualifiers before GSL begins. So the plan instead is going to be, we're going to cast the Pigasaur Weekly. We're going to wrap it up. Then we'll have like a 5-minute break. And then bam! GSL cast. So we're gonna finish the Pigasaur Weekly tournament, and that will lead into the GSL cast, and that will lead into GSL Day 1. That'll lead into the group stage. That leads into the proper Africa broadcast, covered by Tasteless and State and Gemini and all the other casters in Korea. So it goes from one straight into the other. That's the plan. So we do have to reschedule things. I do apologize if this schedule is misleading, just because again I didn't realize just how quickly GSL was starting and how little time we had. So that's the plan. We're going to be covering GSL tomorrow after the Pigasaur Monday, or after the Pigasaur Weekly. Because of that, that means that the Thursday slot is going to be open. In that slot, we're going to slot in Euthermal's 2v2 broadcast. Euthermal's 2v2 circuit for April. We'll have the April event for Euthermal's tournament. So that's going to be in that Thursday slot. We have Lily Cup, we have Canoe show matches, the Podcast, Mayhem, Brazilian, StarCraft 2 circuit, Brasileiro, SDO, STC. Plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft, plenty for you over the week. As always, we are live more than any other channel out there, more than Wardy, more than Steadfast, more than Rotterdam. We are live more than any other channel. Plenty of content here on the channel. We have the quantity and we have a little bit of the quality as well. Let's go, Papi, let's go. As you can see, for this week, we are having 2 half days off. How dare we? But Wednesday evening and Friday evening, we're going to be taking off from casting. I do also apologize for not being able to ladder as of late. I, of course, had my show match, the Big Brain Bout show match, which we popped off, by the way. And in the lead up to that, I was laddering and streaming every single day. I haven't been able to just because I've been taking it easy after that show match. But most likely starting tomorrow, after the GSL cast, I'll have a ladder stream. We'll go back, we'll jump back in. After taking some time off, we're going to be a little bit rusty, but it'll be fun. It'll be fun. Going back into the ladder, back into the smoge, Bobby, back into the smoge. So that'll be tomorrow, and probably on Thursday and every other day for the week. Every other day this week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we'll be having a ladder session on our personal stream. So if you want to follow me there, you can follow me, ! Light in the chat. If you want to follow me over on my personal channel where I do ladder. If you missed out on the VOD of the show match, I did have a show match with Zombie Grub that was a couple of days ago, actually. That was like 3 days ago. We did have a show match together, and that was covered by Rotterdam over on the Basilisk channel. The Ducklings, they're cranky, baby. They're so cranky, so cranky. Good morning, Mr. Melancholia. Good morning. And Mr. Minsler. Oh, all the misters. Oh my god. Buenos dias, buenos dias. Oh, hello, Chelsea fan is. Yo, let's go, Chelsea fan in the chat. I believe the Cheeseadelphia is coming up as well. True. Cheeseadelphia also. There's so many events happening. There's so many events coming up, but Cheeseadelphia is going to be another big one, of course. But yeah, with that, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Again, we're going to be wrapping up tomorrow with the GSL qualifiers. If you missed out, check out the VODs. The VODs are all on YouTube.
It's time for a change.
Otherwise, we are going to be wrapping up for the evening, and we're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Who is live? At the moment? Who can we raid? Who can we send everyone over to? Let's have a look here. We'll give some love to Enki. Yeah, we'll give some love to Enki here. Fun fact, the pond is about to get a little bit busier. There's going to be a new duck. There's going to be a new duck in the pond, so exciting stuff here. Give some love to Enki El Hermoso. He is a Spanish caster. Bear that in mind. But he's an amazing Spanish caster. Give him some love. Give him a chance. I know that he can't, or you might not be a native Spanish speaker yourself, but there's plenty to enjoy there, and you can still enjoy his lovely, soothing voice. Este Enki El Hermoso. Otherwise, thanks for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow for some more StarCraft. Otherwise, you can also support us in other ways via Patreon. Patreon in the chat, and you'll get a link to our Patreon page. Our Patreon does fund our tournaments on a regular basis, our weeklies and our monthlies, all funded via Patreon. 100% of the money there goes towards the players, so you can support the players if you wish via Patreon. Otherwise, thank you for watching. We'll see you next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time. Hasta luego.